Okay.
How are you? Good, how are you doing? How are you? Good, how are you doing?
It's 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April 27th, 2021. I call this regular meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. At this time, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Brian Kufal. Here. Lieutenant Stephen Kreitz. Kreitz. Here. David R. Garcia. Here. Elizabeth Ramos. Here. James Lucy. Here. Delma Salinas. Here. And Corey Garza. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present, and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we move to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
This meeting will be live video streamed at http://bit.ly/3SROLQR. This time we move to item number 4, adoption of agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved. Is there a second?
I have a motion to move C, D, and E under 6D of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I didn't understand.
I make a motion to move item 7, C, D, and E, all proclamation under 6D, so that the people here can go ahead and receive the recognition and head on home and cook dinner or something.
A second.
It has been moved by Ms. Ramos to place items 7C to move up to part of communication from administration. Second by Mr. Garcia. Is there any discussion?
D and E.
D and E, you're correct. And again, the reason behind it is to get our folks out of here and get them back to what they need to do. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On 7-0 vote. Item number 5, do we, public participation. Ms. Pettis, do we have anyone that wishes to address the board?
No.
Good, we have none. This time we'll go ahead and move into item number 6, communication from administration. Dr. Pettis.
Okay, first of all, we are very proud of our students who have been really excelling this year in several events. And we're starting now to recognize them in person here at the board meetings. And so we're going to start today, and every board meeting will have, more groups as we can fit them in. The following power lifters advanced to the regional meet this past season. In boys, it was Tomas Amaya. In girls, it was Lashandra Hallett, Nayeli Everett, and Isabel Ruiz. Coaches are Herman Rios, Steven Salinas, Isaiah Amaya, and Ralph Rubacalva III. If they would all please come stand up here so we can take a picture.
Smiling. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next group we're going to recognize is the H.M. King High School golf team. The Rainbow Boys golf team won the district championship over Cal Allen by 20 strokes. Just saying. At River Hills Country Club in Cal Allen. They're the 31 4A district champions and regional qualifiers. Now, this is when we put it in the agenda a couple of weeks ago. Well, but then we have already qualified now to go to state. So roster, they are Dario Barber, Rolando Batan, Garcia Jr., Rich Varga, Trey Everett, Noah Defendant, and Coach Joe Vilches. The next group we're going to recognize is the H.M. King High School basketball team. They were the 31 4A co-district champions, by-district champions, and area finalists. Their season record was 19-6, and their district record was 9-1. So we're very proud of our basketball team too. Roster includes Stephen Alanis, Damian Arredondo, Bentley, Justin De Leon, Nathan Garcia, Jackson, Ace LaCour, Fabian Olivares, Julian Perez, and Lorenzo Villarreal. Coach Moses Mora, Jason Villarreal, and Ishmael Esquivel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next person we're going to honor is the 2020-2021 Bus Driver of the Year Award. KISD, in partnership with our insurance firm, Property Casualty and Alliance of Texas, would like to recognize a bus driver for his or her outstanding dedication. Each year, PCAT welcomes Bus Driver of the Year nominations from all transportation stakeholders. Nominations are evaluated based on 5 attributes: leadership, attitude, perseverance, student and parent relationships, and technical skill. The evaluators look particularly for those exceptional drivers who demonstrate a consistent desire to positively influence both students and coworkers through their actions and attitudes, and not just their words. This year, we would like to recognize Arnold Villarreal as the Bus Driver of the Year.
Chao. One step to your left, uno lo dio así. Thank you.
I believe those are all the recognitions for tonight. And Coach Davila, we want to thank you for coordinating this and for leading our athletic team.
This time we'll go ahead and move on to the agenda items that were placed up to the top so that some of our staff can get that. So we'll start with, again, with the communication from the administration. Item 7C, consider approval of Speech Therapist Week proclamation, Dr. Elba Dagler. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I jumped the gun. I need a motion first before I make the proclamation. It's on the down to the minute. You don't need one. Excuse me first.
Yeah, we can actually. Yeah.
She's gonna read, and then she reads proclamation.
Good evening, School Board President Mr. Garza, members of the board, and audience members. It is with great pleasure that I bring to you the National Speech Therapist Week proclamation. Whereas speech language pathologists, often informally known as speech therapists, are professionals educated in the study of human communication, its development, and its disorders. Whereas they treat clients with a wide variety of speech and language problems, ranging from those caused by birth defects to others resulting from stroke in older patients. Whereas these highly skilled professionals assess, diagnose, and treat people with communication difficulties in a wide variety of settings, among them clinics, hospitals, schools, and nursing homes. Whereas patients who have successful therapy may see individual improvements in different areas, including improvements in speech, language fluency, voice, and swallowing difficulties. Whereas to highlight the importance of the services provided by speech therapists, a week in May has been designated for an awareness campaign. Whereas at this time, therefore, I encourage all Texans to recognize the essential role of speech therapists and the important contributions they provide. Together, they work to make a positive difference in the Lone Star State. Whereas Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, has proclaimed statewide recognition of speech therapists, and therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Kingsville Independent School District hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through 7th, 2021 as National Speech Therapist Week.
Thank you, Dr. Dagler. You heard the recommendation by Ms. Elba Dagler. Is there a motion to accept the approval of Speech Therapist Week proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. This time I would ask that if there's any speech therapists out there, if you could please come up to the front and get recognized. And thank you again for all your hard work and dedication to this.
Smile. That's one. Thank you.
Item 7D, consider approval of Teacher Appreciation Week. Proclamation, Ms. Angie Remus.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Garza, board members, and Dr. Bettis. It is Teacher Appreciation Week on May 3rd through 7th, and we are excited about that. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas teachers serve in partnership with parents of our community's children, and whereas teachers strive to instruct students to read with comprehension, write with skill, and communicate effectively and responsibly in a variety of ways and settings, and whereas teachers teach our community's children to know and apply the core concepts and principles of mathematics, social, physical, and life sciences, civics and history, geography, arts, health, and fitness, and whereas teachers help our students understand the importance of work and how performance, effort, and decisions directly affect career and educational opportunities. And whereas we support our teachers in their mission to educate the children of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees designate the week of May 3rd through 7th, 2021 as Teacher Appreciation Week. In addition, be it further resolved that the Kingsville Independent School District calls on the community to join with us in thanking and recognizing teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work.
Thank you, Mr. Remus. You heard the proclamation being read by Mr. Remus. Again, is there a motion to approve the proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week? So moved. Lucy, is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Ms. Gum, I'm sorry, again. Give me 1 second. Is there a discussion? If not, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of the proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, do we have anybody to come up tonight to Teacher Appreciation Week? I mean, all of y'all are administrators, all are teachers at one time. We're still teachers today. So if y'all can come up. But I know there's people watching this on YouTube, and on behalf of the
Principals,
yeah,
everybody jump in.
Monday. You're a teacher. Get over there. Everybody, thanks everybody. Thanks the village to raise a child. I'm sure you Hold on, stop. Ms. Butler, in some form or fashion, you teach as well. That's right.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms.
Butler, a teacher. Butler. That's right.
We're all
That's
honoring
right.
him.
But Dr. Vasquez Cruz was a teacher
I'll
himself.
show myself. Make nice and take a picture.
Take the picture.
All duties have performed. All duties have performed.
Yeah.
All right, go behind this.
Oh, that's right here, buddy.
Here we go.
Go around and
We're gonna do a few. 1, 2, 3. Just one more.
Smile.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I know. Before we move on to the 7E, consider approval of school nurse recognition week. Again, on behalf of, and again, to everybody, but again, especially next week being Teacher Appreciation Week, on behalf of your board, we want to again, most importantly, thank our teachers for everything you do each and every day. We know that it is a difficult task, but again, you do it well. But again, we cannot thank you enough as a board for all you do each and every day for every student that comes into the door. So thank you again. In that, we'll go ahead and move to item 7E, consider approval of School Nurse Recognition Week proclamation. Mr. Jacob Phipps.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Board President Garza, Superintendent Dr. Perez, and Board of Trustees. Tonight, I would like to read the proclamation recognizing School Nurses Week, which will be celebrated during the week of May 3rd through the 7th. Whereas school nurses strengthen and facilitate the educational process by improving and protecting the health status of children and youth. And whereas school nurses work diligently in the school environment, serving not only our youth, but also their community in providing a variety of valuable school health services. And whereas in addition to their caregiving duties, school nurses must also demonstrate clinical expertise using sophisticated medical equipment and performing specialized procedures. In their efforts to meet student health needs, school nurses also serve as a vital link between parents, teachers, and administrators. And whereas the major focus of school nursing services in the prevention of illness and disability and the early detection and correction of health problems within the school and community. And whereas all citizens recognize their contributions school nurses make to the health of our children that allows them to reach their full potential. And therefore it be resolved that the Board of Trustees of Kingsville Independent School District hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd to the 7th, 2021 as School Nurse Recognition Week.
Thank you, Mr. Bettis. And you heard the reading of the proclamation. Is there a motion to approve the School Nurse Recognition Week from May 3rd to the 7th? The move by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Is there any nurses in the place? There's no nurses. Okay. Real quick, kudos again. Our nursing staff does a phenomenal job each and every day again, for this, to the betterment not only of our students, but our staff as well. So again, hats off to our head nurse, Ms. Lou, and her entire staff. And they have done a tremendous job, especially this whole COVID era. I mean, they have been very, very good as far as keeping everybody abreast of what's going on. Keeping tabs on everything is what we've heard. So again, kudos to them as well. And again, I would fail to mention also to the therapists as well. So thank you again on behalf of the Board of Trustees. So thank you. Okay. This time we'll continue to move on to communication from the administration. Superintendent's update, you found on page 7 on your board packet. Credit recovery spring 2021, letters, roll calls, Ms. Angela Meeks. This time we'll continue to move on to communication from the administration. Superintendent's update, you found on page 7 on your board packet. Credit recovery spring 2021, letters, roll calls, Ms. Angela Meeks. This time we'll continue to move on to communication from the administration. Superintendent's update, you found on page
Okay,
7.
this is an update on credit recovery, communication, and efforts.
Ms. Angela Meeks.
On credit recovery communication, we mailed letters out to parents and guardians. That was a request by a board member as of the last meeting. That all parents were mailed out credit recovery letters. Robocalls have been completed by some and are still going on, as well as Dr. Bettis starting with the timely countdown of robocalls. We have social media and website page, direct phone contact to parents and guardians if needed, and your home visits by campus staff. That is happening very, very consistently. Credit recovery opportunity flyer is on campus website and on social media as well as the district website. And newspaper and television news stations highlight the opportunity as well. We continue to communicate with parents, they on credit recovery opportunities. This is an example of the letter that was mailed out to parents in grades 1 to 8 for any student creating new credit recovery. It also offers an opportunity for parents to make recommendations on the letter and contact the school for a parent at a conference to how they can support the efforts as well. The next page is an example of the letter that went out to high school. High school is a little different in that we do have some police fire, which wasn't included in the list of students still have to meet the requirements to graduate, as well as the transition recovery. This is an example, I would like to further down and go into, okay, sort of question celebration if you like. So this is a flyer that was on the campus website, this was on social media website, informing the parents that opportunities and programs and a variety of modalities are available for them to be able to access credit recovery opportunities as well as parent their contact numbers so that they can speak directly with administrators and or teachers. And then is applicable, sometimes shared recommendations for credit recovery, we suggested the following: customize top 5 foundational skills and provide prescriptions and education policies for participants and education staff. So what are those skills that we feel the students must know and be able to do in order to get on to our grade level? Provide 1 to 2 assignments per week for 6 weeks, from April 12th to May 14th, depending on credit recovery and attendance as needed. In other words, we did not want to overwhelm students, so we wanted to make sure that it was done in a thoughtful process. We suggested the box having the students do 1 to 2 lists and BCD and AR per week. Students doing especially their level of students. Provide content to support students after school and or Saturday school to include intervention times during the day with students and students. So after these recommendations, we talked to principals and we said, talk to us about what else is going on, what are your other thoughts, what can you do and what. So through that conversation, the campus plan are what's coming up. So each school is addressing credit recovery in a similar fashion, maybe just have different opportunities or ideas. Asian high school, for example, developed QR codes with Google Classroom for each content area. It was great. They initiated to actually kick it off, and some of our other campuses should know what that. Each subject in attendance recovery 10 lessons on foundational skills for each subject, and they're also using and or in time to support students during this year. Now you'll notice fully developed program at these campuses has been extremely successful on Saturdays and during that time to visit studies. They have rotations, which is noted there for you. They also are using Google Classroom, and there's also a code for each subject. Students make a course during intervention period time, so they are also using the intervention period to address credit recovery with teacher support, utilizing tutors and tutoring, and education guides with an intervention to support student needs. Gillette Intermediate provided the self-education students were responding to the packet, all subjects, all assignments. So on the right hand, you see the table of packets that were distributed. They are distributed to students and not overwhelm students. Any credit recovery opportunities that we needed during the first 6 weeks, students received April 12th to 17th. The second 6 weeks, April 19th to 24th, and so on. They've also created Saturday schools where we have 1 teacher for content area for grade level, and then the day before the Saturday schools are noted there. April 17th, that's the first 6 weeks credit recovery, April 24th, April 2nd, 6 weeks credit recovery, and so on. They also use computers and tutoring to make it work during the intervention period, as well as education guides and intervention. Elementary campuses are also using this classroom to their office school, sitting during school, and or instructional periods. Offering paper copies of needed and using education dollars for intervention, credit recovery, practice, and or enrichment. And I believe we have one or two campuses also offering Saturday school. You know, our elementary students need a lot more one-on-one technology support for the country as much as we can during the school day, citizen and so forth. And I believe we have one or two campuses also offering Saturday school. You know, our elementary. So those are the campus plans, and the district direction for IT credit recovery. Credit recovery was needed. What we did is we looked at the first through fourth 6-week failures. In other words, if the student had a failing average in any content area from the first through the fourth 6 weeks, those are the students that we were targeting. So you have, for example, the elementary school, the each campus, each content area, and the grade level column, there is the number of students that they have in that grade level, and then the numbers going across are the number of students that will have failing averages, first to fourth to fifth average, in that content area. These are not unduplicated. You can have a student who's failing in ELA as well as math, and so that student is trying that in ELA and in math. So these are grade levels. So first grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth grade, not first, second grade, and fourth grade. The students who were failing that are noted on this report, or identified by a number, if you will, had a failing average. So when we look at the first 6 weeks, second 6 weeks, third 6 weeks, fourth 6 weeks, which average those grades, and then our failing average. So those are the students who we get to. If they just failed 1 6 weeks, they're probably okay. They could even maybe fail in second 6 weeks and they were okay. So we look at every 6 weeks and average their grade. To look at who is currently failing. Then you can say even 26 weeks, 36 weeks to compare these numbers and make sure they come down to credit recovery opportunities.
Any students, like on the ELA, we have 34 students down at the bottom. Do we have the same student counted, like in the first reporting period, second reporting period? Do we have any students that have failed the same subject? Like on the ELA, we have 34 students.
Probably. That may be the potential, that's probably why they're on here.
First reporting period, second, so it might be the same student. Do we have any students that have
Across,
failed
not
the
down.
same subject?
Right, because down are the grade levels, not those. That may be the potential, that's probably why they're on here.
So it might be the same student. Do we have any students that have
Across,
failed
not
the
down.
same subject?
Right, because down are the grade levels. There is a great deal of disparity. I think we've had that conversation. One of the things may be the 6 week effort, another may be the number of opportunities that are offered, another may be understanding of grading guidelines, what should be coming to you in the near future, and so we can be consistent with our grading guidelines. Not to my knowledge, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't considered that, and what Yeah, there may be a little, crosstalk, because if we aren't teaching math, reading, and using problem reading consistently, and now we are, that could be an impact. But great, second
If you look at it all, every single one of those words, the majority of the students are feeling it, are feeling it. And that was hopefully we got a reading and writing issue here. We got a reading and writing issue here.
This is our first year, so we're seeing, okay, what is the, I guess, perception of teachers when they give an assignment are all like first grade teachers? When they're saying, if you have one school that has no failures, and you may have another school that has 12, okay? So we need to see how consistent are these first grade teachers grades. And that is a teach piece. That's going to come with professional development during also the curriculum writing. During the summer curriculum writing, we need to make sure teachers are grading for the same thing. And not just grading, like giving them passing grades just because they did the minimal. We need to make sure they're learning from it as well. So that's going to be a teach piece.
what we're understanding, is that, as Dr. Bettis said, we need to be consistent with grading guidelines, so we are working on that with the subcommittee. Hoping to present to you by the end of May. It's also a curriculum issue, not just a grading issue, because the different campuses they're all designing their own work. And so it could vary in level of depth and rigor and what is truly expected at that grade level from that team. And those are two of the things that we are aligning grading guidelines by the end of May. The gentleman who are working on writing
that's going to be the roadmap that's going to get them all consistent. And we're paying teachers to work it. To be open that up. So we can get as many people wanting to do this as possible. And that's understandable, people are tired. However, that just means whatever is rolled out, if there's a subject or a grade level where nobody participated in the curriculum, they didn't have to just follow what we developed. But we're hoping we're going to get more and more teachers, because we're still trying to tap on shoulders and say, please, at least for a little while, because we really want them to be a part of writing the curriculum.
I received 2 more applications today, and I accepted them even though we're past the deadline, because the more teachers we get, the better off we're going to be, and we're going to participate in their own process. Writing the course. And I encourage, we're past the deadline, because the more teachers we get,
Besides AR, because I know there've been a lot of celebrations about AR, I've been seeing them, the pictures of the kids that have been earning those points. And sometimes that is not an incentive for a student, it not always is. And so, like this summer, we're gonna allow students to, as long as they're not withdrawing, We're gonna keep them over the summer, and we're gonna give them some activities to work on and have some incentives when we come back, like Chick-fil-A gift cards or things like that, that maybe they can create this money. And it's gonna be based on all those foundational skills that we really feel like they need practice. It's better for them to have those laptops in their hand practicing than for us to pick them up to go back again in August. So that is something that we have been talking about.
So it's education now, it's to go all the way up to fifth grade. Eighth grade. So they could be utilizing that during the summertime.
And we talked about teachers potentially building prescriptions for those foundational skills. What is it that they need to know and be successful to go on to the next grade level? And giving parents a cheat sheet of the links, the passwords for each of our programs, including AR.
I think we can utilize that in both.
And we talked about teachers potentially building prescriptions for those foundational skills. What is it that they need to know and be successful to go on to the next grade level?
Curriculum for the fall and the
cheat sheet of the links, the passwords for each of our programs, and then next AR.
This is the time to start current learning next year.
Well, the foundational skills that we want them practicing are gonna be to help ensure they're as ready as possible for the next grade level. So we're gonna have like the fourth grade teachers see, okay, what are some of the students to have at least been practicing in the summer that are coming up from third grade. So that's when she was talking about what are some things, activities that we're doing, it's gonna be based on the upper level teachers saying, this is really what they should be focusing on. These have these foundational skills, and then hopefully they'll be able to at least kickstart some kind of, you know, but this board meeting ended up today, so we don't have a business yet.
Since you're 2/3 of the way through the school year before, well, I would define this as a problem. Am I being overly critical?
Well, I believe we were addressing it throughout the year. The end of the principals and the teachers are very aware of who in their classroom is failing and who they need to be working on. I do have to probably add at this point, in our discussion, when we looked at the numbers. Well, I believe we were addressing it throughout the number of the students that are in grades right now. We discovered that a lot of them, it's not so much that they can't do the work as much as they did not turn in assignments. And that's why I believe right now, although our teachers were trying all year, although our administrators were trying all year, students are now going, oh my goodness, it's the end of the first 6 weeks. Oh my goodness, it's the end of the 6 weeks. And so they have to post the time, and so we're able to get them to start showing up and completing work. Although our administrators are trying, students are now going, oh my goodness, it's the end of the first 6 weeks. Oh my goodness, it's the end of the 6 weeks.
It's been happening in class. You're seeing the report tonight, but this work has been happening throughout this semester.
Will we get another report prior to?
After the first 6 weeks, yes, it depends on when the board.
So we'll know before.
So, the big 6 weeks ended on April 23rd, Friday. And so, teachers are turning in grades, have to verify grades on Wednesday. Report cards, should go to print on Thursday. So Thursday or Friday, I will have the 6 weeks value report numbers. And so, teachers are turning in grades, have to verify grades on Wednesday. Report card, should go to print on Thursday. So Thursday or Friday, I will have the 6 weeks value report numbers.
What is the general limit contact? Did you get support from the parents, from the community?
I would like to ask the principals, would any of you like to speak to that? Everyone's here, I don't have.
specifically now with younger ones, but then later.
I would like to ask the principal to really.
Answer your question, sir. We have a blended, we have a regular parents who are very supportive, especially our virtual. We contact them every day. If they're not on Zoom, we can use a Remind application or a Dojo application to monitor them. So we check on them every single day. We do have part of the pushback also too. It's a combination of both. Sometimes it's difficult to reach our parents. They're working. The children are not engaged until maybe 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. So it's taken a lot for our teachers to constantly reach our parents.
No, I understand that, and that's why I applaud the efforts that were taken to, you know, make it, and at least we're not at the end of it. We're not at the end. I applaud the principals and the teachers for reaching out to the parents, and letting them know specifically where they are. I view this as one of the largest problems that this district has, is that you have so many parents back.
Yes, sir.
And not understanding that, you know, there's no one here trying to punish their children for any reason. We're trying to drag them up, we're trying to help and lift them up as best we can. And I know that's difficult for them, so.
Yes, sir. And we express that urgency every single day.
Thank you.
Will you guys be taking into consideration, contact with parents, trying to work with them to pass the grade if they fail?
Definitely. We have been doing that every 6 weeks.
If they fail and say, well, you know, the parent hung up on us 3 times, I guess he's not going to the next grade.
And we express that we're very persistent. We're very persistent. That's not something we're not
Taking into consideration, contact with parents, trying to work with them to pass the grades if they fail.
We have been doing that every 6 weeks.
If they fail and say, well, you know, the parent hung up on us 3 times.
Yes, sir.
Johnny does second grade.
That's why
Yes, sir.
we're preparing for summer school, because, you know, if they have not put forth the effort, then, and I've asked the principal to make sure that we are documenting that. Yes, they're gonna be attending, they're gonna go to summer school, hopefully, and if they don't go to summer school, they'll be back. And that's-
And Dr. Gibbs is exactly correct. And we have all the documentation.
Johnny does second grade.
All the phone calls, all the parent logs, all the visits, all the parent visits we make to deliver them. We have all the documentation.
Parent liaisons or
Yes,
CLS.
ma'am.
Back over the holidays, I was making robocalls telling parents and students this, so I don't believe we've done this late in the game. I believe we've been running.
We've been doing it since the first 6 weeks because of COVID. Visits we make to deliver them. We have all the documentation. Yes, ma'am.
Back over the holidays, I was making.
Yes.
So I don't believe we've done this late in the game. I believe we've
Good
been.
evening. The parents that we were able to get a hold of have been very supportive. The ones that we haven't been able to get a hold of, which is one of the difficulty, is, that's the issue right there. And the parents, that once we send it out there, the information out, we have, gotten so many students back face to face because of this. You see our 5th grade lunch, I mean, the students are, we're almost at capacity. The students coming back face to face. We've had CIS make home visits, we've had documentation as one of the requirements of the teachers that I asked for them to come in. We've had parents come in, during the day, pick up packets. The teachers, the staff are doing everything possible, but it's the parents that we cannot get a hold of.
And with the letters that we've mailed, any that would come back with the wrong address, then they're going to do a home visit to double check. Where did they go? You know, where did they go to? So it's trying to hunt them down as well.
Staff are doing everything possible, but it's the parents that we
So the other, did you want to say anything? And with the letters that we've mailed, any that would come back with the wrong address.
It's over, it's a parents that we can't get a hold of, that we really struggle with now. We did mail home letters, We had about 30 that came back. Ms. Guerra, registered on the council's work, and they got down to about 5, but not new access now, so everything's going back out. But it is the same idea that we have this group of kids who are engaged. Parents, I talk to parents, the first thing I told my staff and everybody, tell them to come back. Come back every day. That's the best way to be, that's the best way to get back ahead of campus, come back every day. And a lot of times when I say that, the answer is, well, I'm not sure about that. But that's our best bet, is to have our students back on campus there every day, and that's what we're working for. So, yeah, we've tried every means to try to get the whole kind of thing. That's the best way to get back ahead of campus, come back every day. A lot of times when I say that, that's our best bet, is to have our students back on campus there every day. They probably are. We focus on our seniors, but I mean, that's why we started with them, to try and get them to get caught up with those grades, so that they can get the great replacements for the 6 weeks they might have not done well. Like we discussed, this is still based on, this could be 6 weeks. It could be both, but it's more like one or two. That's what it is.
After it's been 6 weeks, I think you'll have a better idea, because a lot of them, it was apathy. You know, whether we're working during the day, I can take jobs during the day, and during the school,
we really focus, that first part is the first thing that we did, is get all that information out to our seniors. So they've been trying to get caught up, the ones who didn't go or missed it, like because they were working, or just because they thought, like last year, it was gonna be, they were just gonna go through. You understand why they come to think that way. I mean, there's something in there. That first part is the first thing that we did. I don't have that stuff. That's not last year. It was going to be really bad. That's maybe not so bad. I don't know which it is.
it's a little bit hard to look at the failure of players, you know, and understand, address exactly how bad or not so bad, but the failure report is, considering we don't know how many kids are actually taking that class. Okay, like English 1, so all of freshmen are taking that right now. How many freshmen are there?
89.
How many 89? Is everybody taking it? The sophomore taking it? There's probably even more than that. So what's the percentage of how many kids are failing comparison to how many are failing? I hate to say it, but you look at failure, you know, so all of freshmen are taking that right now.
And I understand this is some great questions. But hold on, let me finish. Give me an opportunity to talk, I'm gonna talk. I'll give you the respect. The thing about it is, again, I understand we have questions about this, it may not look good, but again, this is an overall view of what is going on. So it gives them the time to gauge what's happening. And again, for some great questions being answered, not stopping the conversation. All I'm saying is that I think the bigger picture is that at the end of the day, at least gives us an idea, or gives the administration an idea of what's going on, to give them a better clue of how to address what's happening. A lot of people don't want to hear it, but I'll say it again. Unfortunately, we're still in the COVID era. A lot of things on leadership are still kiddos. They're going asynchronization and synchronization. So again, you gotta look at the half glass empty, the glass half full. But we're on the right track. At least we have data. And I will say this: to have a superintendent along with great staff, along with it, is willing to make a decision of he or she who doesn't meet the standard or minimum requirements that have been set by this board, will hold each other back. And I think that's been something that we have not done in many years. It is really to say, look, this didn't happen. Unfortunately, we did not meet your minimum requirements. We saw that along with it. It's willing to make a decision of he or she doesn't.
New students enrolled. So if you look at English 1 students, 280 students are enrolled, 119 are failing.
And that could be a failing of a 69 or 68. So, but the English 4, those would be our seniors, predominantly our seniors. There's 142 students enrolled, there's 55 that are failing at this point. So as we look at this 6 weeks, hopefully the grades will, because I know we've recovered quite a bit. So the numbers are gonna look very different.
Can you get this, exactly how this is when it takes you a little comparison?
I think it's right, this is
This
142. And we can even put, okay, for 6 weeks to 6 weeks, like a little two chart.
The principles of health science is 6, you know, so like,
Because I know we've recovered quite a bit.
so that's that right there. Exactly how this is when it.
You know, we do have to go back to COVID, we have to, go back to what Mr. Miller said, opportunity students. Students not turning work in, they're finding they can do the work, they're turning it in now. And so. Advocacy, so yes, we will be very interested in seeing their. You know, we do have to. Are there any other questions on the data before you? I know we talked about, the rating codes, I'm assuming you're reviewing the data, are there any other questions?
We can go to 500.
On the data. I know we talked about, rating codes, I'm assuming you're reviewing the data, are there any other questions?
Yeah, it's something better. First semester, he's got credit.
On the data.
I have to have it, though. It doesn't matter what I did in the second 6 weeks, if I passed the semester, I passed.
You're saying like if you're taking English 1 the first
Yeah,
semester,
71.
71?
Yeah, 71, a 69, and a 7. I passed.
Those are the averages.
I passed for the semester, so it didn't really matter what I first, second, third, 6 weeks. I'm good for the semester. And unfortunately, that restarts the clock for the second semester.
You're saying
If
like.
you look at the data, 7 passes the first half of the school year, and it isn't. 7 really don't matter.
Okay, well, yes, and that's true, I mean, it's the first 4 6 weeks. So, I mean, do you want to do it?
No, I actually, I don't want to do it, but the kids already have the credit, it's in the book.
I think this is, you know, a magical thing, have it like knowing this for us, you know, to understand. To make sure we have it
Now,
given to us
if
like
they
this.
have time, that's okay. You know, it's got excessive absences, you know. No, I don't want to do it. Kids already have the credit.
You have a report for people, you wanna know how many people, like how many ninth graders after the first 6 weeks are gonna just be retained for a subject that would be high school.
I would think you know that's not just for that, but just for doing that, for doing that.
Right, but there are like budgets and stuff. Yeah.
You know, years past, we would sit here in, I don't know, it was September, October, when the test scores finally came in. And then we would be wringing our hands saying, oh my gosh, what happened? I commend you again for to us and for the proactive stance that y'all have taken. And, you know, on the one hand, it is very unusual, a couple of years that we've been in. On the other hand, as I would think that as teachers start looking now at where they're missing, I think this is also gonna help as we go into the summer curriculum, rather than just say, okay, where do we see these patterns of subjects just not being comprehended? And so I think it all works together. I think this is very good information. And I'm very excited to get you to the celebration page. It's gonna help you and the summer curriculum, right, to say, where do we see the number of students where we have instead? So I think it helps. I think it's a great way to know. I'm very excited to see it. Is what is the number of students we have instead? If we have every child has a Spanish school activity. So that's. Yes. The school district has done a great job with that number. That would be fine. If it's the same number, that's great, but I don't have the data to reflect that. I expect it's going to be the same.
Are you saying our students or students that live in the Kingsville ISD school zone? School district, if they're going to other schools, if they're special ed?
Yes. How many of our sped kids have chosen to go to other schools? I don't think there is.
I don't know that we're allowed to know that. They're not our student and that would be. If they're going to other schools, if they're special ed?
So if they left, yeah, 2 years ago, we could have sped kids in Florida, I don't think there is. I'm trying to find out if our number of sped kids is increasing, our percentage of sped kids is increasing, or if just the top students or average students are in the entire school. Now, you can hope to get on I can assume. No, I'm better than that. I would bet money, but I want to know the truth about it. I want to know the facts. And what I'm being told is that they're overdiagnosing, we're overdoing certain things. And the percentage of STEM kids is growing. And my argument is, our STEM kids are the same number. So if our STEM kids are the same number, we haven't changed, we haven't started to overdiagnosing, we haven't the percentage change because our school district is down over. But I'm trying to find the real numbers so I can say, whether or not we have a number of kids for our population. Instead, so if our steps say that,
I noticed you go to the taper report and they have the sped kids, am I correct?
And I've been doing this, the school district, very good at this, because they're universal.
That's the only way I think we're doing the taper report. They have the sped. Can you comment on that, Mr. Max?
Do we know where it turned out transcripts to? Like the radio back? Yes. You don't have a record of who you sent your records to?
Yes.
Okay, good. They should know where you sent your records to then.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Mr. President.
You don't have a record of who
Couple
you
things.
sent
One is the concern they have, sir, about the percentage of special education population increasing relatively to general education. That snapshot data that's looked at annually based on the amount of population we have gen ed special ed right then and there. So the historical data on that isn't so much what TU is concerned about, if that was your concern, than it is about what it looks like right now. As for prior special education students, we have two problems. One would be how do we collect data from other school districts on special education students? And the other one would be if we're using our prior special ed students that have left as our metric, then we're going to have the issue of did they age out? Did they level qualify for special ed, or they simply receive services somewhere else? And I think it would be hard to tell.
You don't age out to Ricardo, I can tell you that.
I want to focus on the students we have. I'm not going to worry about the students we don't have. Our job is to get the students we do have to really help us very good education.
You don't age out to Ricardo, I can tell you that.
also,
There's also an issue of those who have kids instead and aren't getting services or have bad experiences at KISD that we cannot leave. It's like Big Child California at KISD, so if no one else is
I'm going to stop right there. Those discussions that we need to have, we can have those in the executive session when it comes to personnel issues of that nature. So again, we definitely, or we can have a workshop. But again, I don't want to get off of it, and I do understand the concern. But again, it's important to the entire board when it comes to that population. So again, we will definitely address it. I mean, so we can move on to, let's go back to the failure reports, the first and first 6 months.
Say one thing there, when we're talking about so-called top students and SPED students, I think SPED students can be top students. I don't want to label kids like that. They could be speech, only, and there's several different reasons they could be labeled SPED. So I don't want any SPED kid to hear this and think they're less than, or that we're not interested in hearing them. Because we do. I don't want to label kids like that. They could be SPED. Exactly. Exactly. I just had to say that.
And, you know, we can continue the conversation in the back. Again, I'm not trying to cut anybody off right now, but we will definitely have to get, I know it's a very sensitive situation. But again, because again, if there's people out in the community, people saying, we're not doing this, and we're not doing what we need to, then we will definitely have to pretend that it's executive session.
Exactly. I just had to say that.
Okay, let's celebrate.
At HMK, over 420 students have completed at least one assignment in the classroom for credit recovery for both grade replacement and/or attendance in various subject areas. That's huge. Over 125 students have completed all requirements for credit recovery. So 125 students that were on this list somewhere are no longer on the list. They are off of our list. Continuing and King High School, King High School continues to contact students in need of credit recovery, as you heard through Mr. Malater, by all means of communication. Teachers, counselors, CIS, parent liaisons, and so forth are on the phone daily to attempt to get a hold of these students and to help them to understand what they need to do so we can help support them in being successful. At Memorial, 29 students attended our first Rhema boot camp, which we thought was amazing because that's on a Saturday morning. 16 of those students regained credits lost during the first 6 weeks. The following Saturday, 90 students attended the second Rhema. 29 students credit recovery numbers on those students. Really, on a Saturday, appreciate that. During their first 6 weeks. Gillette, 29 students attended Saturday Academy, and 130 credit recovery assignments have been completed to date. Okay, so on the one hand, yes, it's late in the game and students are hitting it hard. But on the other hand, yay, because we're getting them in and they're doing the work that needs to get done. For elementary, teachers are using PACE guides to create engaging activities for credit recovery materials. One of the things that we talked about at elementary level was that it can't just be more work for these babies. We've got to do more engaging activities, and there are some pictures of what some of that looks like to help credit recovery. Parents and students are taking advantage of Google Classroom credit recovery and paper packet assignments. And we will be bringing to you some updated credit recovery numbers to share at the next board meeting. Here are some pictures of credit recovery at work in secondary. I should say through Gillette Memorial and high school of students working. And on the next page, you see examples of elementary. Teachers are in the hallways, they're on their knees, they're working with 2 to 3 groups of students to help them with their work, doing group activities and so forth. In the middle, you see the AR in progress.
So our students aren't just coming and doing magic.
Right.
The teachers, I mean, we have got to make sure that we're showing them the power of that. And I am so proud that they are being very deliberate about what they're making sure that their kids are learning. It's not just a, okay, you get it, let's go. They are really engaged. I mean, I couldn't be more proud and our principals for leading this too. Thank you so much.
There's definitely a lot of work happening behind the scenes and throughout each and every day. So next step, we're going to provide the reports for the first through the fifth week, and we're going to compare it to the first through the fourth week. And based on the celebrations we just shared, we should see those numbers go significantly down. We're going to provide principals with a list of names, content area of students currently failing. Do their teachers know this? Yes. This sometimes is difficult for principals to get a hold of, and so we're providing with that list so that they can see the big picture. Mail credit recovery letters to parents and students who have not yet taken advantage of credit recovery and do home visits. Continued campus credit recovery plans. Fifth 6 week failure report will provide tentative numbers for summer school. So once we get that fifth 6 weeks, those are the students we're going to look to say, hey, mom and dad, guardian, grandma, grandpa, this child could potentially qualify for summer school if we don't get the credit recovery or the attendance that we're needing before the end of the sixth week. Fifth 6 week failure report, present fifth 6 week failure report and credit recovery completion at the next board meeting. Hey, mom and dad, guardian, grandma, grandpa, this child could potentially qualify for summer school if we don't get the credit recovery.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to do summer curriculum writing, and that is going to be with Dr. Farah.
At the next board meeting.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Garza, Dr. Bettis, and board members. I am very excited to be speaking to you today about our curriculum writing. So we're going to get started with some of the logistics. We're going to do 2 sessions. One's going to be focused on our K through 8. The other session is going to be focused on our high school courses. We're going to have to do this in phases because this is a huge undertaking. Dr. Bettis and board members. I am very excited to be speaking to you about There we go. You know what I'm talking about. So we're going to be doing this in different phases. Monday, June 14th through Thursday, June 17th. This is when we're going to be working with our K through 8 staff. So we're going to be at HMP High School. They have been so gracious about loaning their building. The first thing we're going to focus on is completing the first 9 weeks for reading, language arts, and mathematics. As we know, we need to look vertically at our reading programs. At the high school level, what we plan to focus on is the first 9 weeks as well. We're going to be looking at our ASC courses, our honors, and our AP courses. And that's going to be, the second session will be July 19th through the 26th. So we're going to offer some professional development. We've been using the Teach Resource System, and we've been getting a lot of feedback on it. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing is going through the Teach Resource System, looking at the year at a glance, looking at the instructional focus documents, and we have this great coded gap implementation tool that we'll be looking at to help us structure some of the high area standards that we need to focus on. We're also going to be looking at the Lead Forward Teach Snapshot, especially for reading language arts, so that we can also, it's an amazing document. It puts things, it teaches into blanks, so we know what we need to focus on across the genres. We're going to be looking at that, and then I've created a curriculum map template that we will be using, and that template is going to house all of the documents in one area, which is what our teachers have been asking for, what they provided feedback on.
So we're gonna have it in Euphoria. And again, we're gonna be using the TEACS resource system here at Atlanta. For reading for grades, kinder through 12. And then for math, we're gonna be, for second year, we're gonna be looking at the Sharon Hall spoken sequence. For first grade and kinder and 6th through 12th grade, we will be using the TEACS resource system as well. Our honors teachers, so I've been digging into the honors courses and I'm really looking forward to getting additional feedback. But one of the things that we're gonna be looking at is the pacing guide for our honors courses and as a spoken sequence, because we're looking to differentiate and for our GT and our higher level students. And so those are some of the pieces that we're gonna be looking at for our honors courses. And then our advanced placement, our ELAR teacher and our US history teacher will be attending the AP Summer Institute. And they are going to be getting a lot of information, documentation to help form the AP curriculum for those courses. So, if we look at our elementary applicants, we're going to be paying them $30 an hour to do this work. That's amazing. Now, our numbers are a little low, and in 5th grade, we don't really have any teachers, but we're still looking. So, if any teacher that you know is ready to work for us or with us on this project, we're excited about that. We are also going to be asking some of the math teachers if they want to help with the ELAR, since that is going to be a huge undertaking. We don't really have any teachers, but we're still looking to work for us or with us at the high school level for English language learning. We don't have a and again, like I said earlier, we have two of our teachers that are going to be going to PSI for U.S. history, English literature, and world history. So that's all going to be happening this summer. Very excited. So we shared this information with our ITCs to get feedback because, just to get some feedback. So Miss Sarah Clark at Carolina Elementary stated, for U.S. history, English, I've been a first grade teacher for 12 years, and this has been wanted for so long, and it officially aligned plan across the district. But let's hear what Ms. Garza has to say, because she has more to say. And Carolina Elementary stated, for U.S. history, I couldn't be here tonight, so would you mind recording it? For so long, and we shared this information. So we would like to get that on recording. Let's hear what Ms. Garza has to say, because she has more to say. For U.S. history.
It's loud. Everything is going away. All right. Thank you. Okay, now this is the only one. I'm going to bring the presentation back and play your videos. It's loud. Everything is going away. All right. Thank you.
I'm excited about our new
now this is the only one. I'm going to bring the presentation back.
It's going to be a one-stop shop with all our resources in one area.
Videos.
Everything's at your disposal, easy to find. Everyone in the whole district will be aligned. Resources, assessments. If your students need to I'm excited about our new
now this is the only one. I'm going to bring the presentation back.
It's going to be a one-stop shop with all our resources.
So they were very excited, provided some great
Everything
feedback, and
whole district will be aligned. Resources, assessments. If your students need
It's going away. All right.
I'm excited about our
now this is the only one. I'm going to bring the presentation back.
It's going to be a one-stop shop with all our resources.
they were very excited, provided
For AP teachers. And so it's about 3 to 4 days.
Yes.
training?
And they're registered already, ready to go. So we have that process done as
I
well.
mean, is it they go somewhere or?
Yes.
just online?
Well, it's
Oh,
gonna
this
be
one's gonna be
online
virtual,
this
right?
year. It's
This
gonna
is
be
gonna be
virtual. Yes. sorry.
But this will help in our attempt to increase the rigor.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Malayer was, met with the teachers, make sure they have buy-in and that they understand this is an expectation we're gonna be monitoring for the next 3 years, for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Thank you.
I just, looking at the applicants, kind of concerns me that you're still in grade for third, fourth, and fifth grade. How confident, Dr. Pettis, are you to get this before school year's over?
If we don't, then it's gonna be, our department writing the curriculum and rolling it out. But it's really good to have your teachers part of it because they can give you even more insight and help you roll it out. you know. But, we kind of anticipated this was gonna happen because in talking with the other superintendents, they were fighting tooth and nail just to get teachers for summer school. The same, yes. So the fact that we even got this many for summer curriculum, right, that's a little bit of a good sign.
It's a universal thing.
Oh, yes, because of COVID, I think people are just
You
tired.
got teachers registered for the AP institutes. That's
Yeah.
really good, because we haven't.
So then-
Thank you.
We haven't.
Then how do you write curriculum? I mean, so what do you, I mean, I've heard it a million times, but what do you do? Like.
Come watch us.
You are
True,
welcome.
right, I will, since you called me out, I'll do it. But, like, how do you, like, I mean, you just take bits and pieces, how do you, I mean, because I hear it all the time, but how do you, I don't
struggling. It's students that are in our bilingual program, and so therefore we'll be providing oral language development, writing, and so forth. Our K through 8, or first grade through 8th summer school schedule is from July 14th through the 29th, from 8 to 12, Monday through Thursday, and we will be focusing on math and reading program, and so therefore we'll be providing oral language development, writing, and so forth. Our K through 8, or first grade through 8th summer school professional development and teachers work day. We are providing a full day from 8 to 4 for our pre-K bilingual teachers on June 7th. Half the day will be on their curriculum, what they're teaching, the expectations. They'll receive student rosters, how to take attendance, and so forth. And then the other half of the day will be their teacher prep time to get ready for the kids. June 8th, high school and ECH will have professional development for half the day, and then in the afternoon will be their work day. July 13th, grades 1 through 8 will have professional development, and then their teacher work day, that second half. We are providing the foundational skills, ideas for the curriculum. We're providing their schedules to ensure that they adhere to that schedule and teach what we believe the students need to know in order to be prepared for the next grade level. Summer school program hours, our buildings will be open from 7 to 1. We will serve breakfast to the students from 8 to 8:30. That is also the teacher planning time. So the summer school coordinator, paras will be monitoring the students during breakfast. The instruction time is from 8:30 to 11:30. Lunch will be from 11:30 to 12, and teachers will assist in monitoring those students at that time.
Will those students be in the lunchroom or in the classroom?
And in the afternoon, they can be in the classrooms, but in the morning, they're going to be in the cafeteria. It depends on the number of students that we have for summer school, on how we have to break them up. 11:30 to 12, and teachers will assist in monitoring. Summer school locations. Our pre-K kinder bilingual program and our grade 1-4 program will be at Bettis Elementary. Grades 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 will both be at Gillette, but different hallways to separate those age students. High school will be at H.M. King High School and ECH here as well. Our EOC testing, as I mentioned before, those are our testing dates for EOC. Any students who have conflicts or are testing in one or more areas will be addressed differently. We do not want students who have several tests to be exhausted, and so we can test some students during our makeup session as needed. As I mentioned before, those are our testing dates. We included the 4 to 6 weeks failure report to get an idea of numbers, but we know these numbers are unrealistic right now, so we're looking forward to the 5th 6 weeks, which will give us a better idea of what we need to plan for. During our makeup session as needed. So our summer school applicants, these numbers are incorrect. We've received several applications, which is great, because when I saw that too, grades K through 4, we have 15 teachers who have applied for summer school. That's wonderful. And within the 15 teachers, I believe 5 of them are special education. Grades 5 through 6, we have 6 teachers. Grades 7 through 8, 10 teachers, and high school credit recovery 7. I think that's really great. Our EOC numbers and our ECHS PSI are correct. I think those are really good numbers for a COVID year for teachers to continue to want to support our students during the summer. Again, if any teacher wants to participate and teach during summer school, applications have closed. But if they're interested in turning it in, we are accepting them. Those are really good numbers for professional numbers to support our summer school program are below. We are paying our teachers $30 per hour and our clerical and nurse $15 per hour. Questions regarding summer school? At this time, yes, but I have not spoken with Nurse Lou. At this time, we have 0 nurses. Nursery is magical and always seems to make things happen. I don't think we'll be able to have a nurse on every campus. What will be good is because we've separated high school and grades 1 through 8, we could just have one nurse who wanted to do both sections, or 2 nurses, one doing one, the first semester session, high school session, and then one doing K through 8. So first year. I don't think we'll be able to have a nurse on every campus. What will be good is because we've separated high school and grades 1 through 8, we could just have one nurse who wanted to do both sections, or 2 nurses, one doing one, the first semester session, one doing K through 8. So first year. I think the nurses should have been placed with the teachers. Thank you for bringing that up. That is,
That could be misleading right there.
Yeah.
I think we just listed the titles.
We'll make sure we make that clarification when we speak with nurses. Thank you.
Are we able to provide transportation for our students that might need
We are, yes, sir. Any students who are needing transportation, the principals are turning their names and addresses into our transportation services so that they can provide them services. We just don't want any obstacles in getting our children. We are, yes, sir. Thank you.
The next update is going to be our budget calendar, and Dr. Pitts will present this, but I wanted everybody to be aware of what's to come, because there's things, that are coming up, and we wanted to make sure that we bumped up as many things as possible at a time when we could give you quality information. So, Dr. Pitts.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Garza, Superintendent, Dr. Pettis, members of the board. Before I talk about some of the critical dates on this budget calendar, I wanted to discuss the major factors that are driving this timeline. To put together a budget, we need to put together both sides, the revenues and the expenditures. And right now, we are unable to get the funding formulas to put together the state funding. Right now, the state of Texas is working on their biennium budget. So that means that, again, they haven't decided on how much education is going to get. And because of that, TEA has not set their funding formulas yet for us to know how much money we're going to get next year. The other things we're waiting on are the appraisal district. They'll be sending us the preliminary tax values, preliminary property values fairly soon, but they don't have the final property values till July. So we won't know what our estimated tax revenues will be till that time. And then the third factor is the federal funding. We are going to get funding from ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. We already received funding from ESSER 1, but that was a wash. We got money from the feds and the states took it back. We do not know yet what's going to happen with ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So all of those factors are driving our revenue projections. On the expenditure side, there are 3 critical components of the expenditures. One is the stipends, which we're going to talk about a little bit today with the KISD KISD stipend study. We're going to also, they're going to also be doing a study on employee compensation as well too. That's the second big driver of our expenditures. It's about 78% of our budget. And then of course, the third part, a much smaller part of our budget is the department budgets and the campus budgets, which I'll be working on simultaneously with the campus principals and the directors. So those are the main factors driving the timeline, the reason why we can't adopt a budget tomorrow. But let me point out some critical dates on the budget calendar. If you look at all the dates in yellow, those are board meetings. So periodically, we'll be giving updates at each board meeting from now until we pass the budget in August. But also at many of these board meetings, you see critical dates in red, which we'll discuss in a minute. The orange dates are the proposed budget workshops. This is where we'll have a little bit more time for discussion and getting into the details of the budget. The first one of those is May the 11th. We're at 4 p.m. We are going to review each of the individual stipends, and we'll get a chance to also compare them to ESC2 peers. Today, the TASB study has several districts that they have identified as peers, but we have determined to bring more information to the board so that you can see what the rest of the districts in ESC2 are paying for the athletic and academic stipends before we make a final decision. We were asked to bring this early this year. Usually, I would prefer to not bring it till after we get the employee compensation settled first. But I think that this has been an issue for years. And because of that, we need to address it early so that we have time to address it. Now, we have set on the budget calendar May the 11th to review the stipends one by one and then to have it approved by May the 25th. But again, we do have time to push that timeline back there depending on where we are on May the 11th. If you notice in red, again, it talks about, first of all, on the 27th, today, we're going to review this TASB stipend study. 11th, we're going to have a budget workshop on the stipends, and then finally approve it on the 25th. The next critical date is on the 13th of July. That's mainly to discuss employee compensation and look at the first draft of the district budget. TASB is currently doing their employee compensation / salary study right now, and they won't be finished till the end of June. So we won't be able to present an employee compensation package until after we have received their data. Then if you look on the 20th, that is the date, again, before the board meeting. We may not need that, but that's to iron out any other details depending on how far we got on the 13th. If you asked administration to do any revisions, we could bring it to you before the board meeting. The 20th is the date that we plan to improve the employee compensation package. That's, again, a big one, and that needs to be approved before we can finalize the budget because it's such a big part of the budget. And then we have a budget workshop on the 26th to finalize the budget. The reason why we need to get that finalized is because we need to post the proposed budget 10 to 30 days before we actually have the public meeting to approve the budget. So we would post it then that Thursday, the 29th is a Thursday when the Kingsville Record has their weekly newspaper. And then finally on the 5th, we get the maximum compressed tax rate. That is important because we need to know how much our M&O tax rate is going to be compressed. It used to be 1.0635, and then last year they changed our M&O rate. The maximum we could adopt was 1.0533 this year. And next year, it's projected that there could be a possible also compression next year as well too. So we need that date before we can set the tax rate. Then finally on the 10th, we would approve the budget and we would approve the tax rate as well too. So those are the main critical factors for the budget calendar. Any questions? Next year, it's projected that there could be a possible also compression next year as well too. So we need that date before we can set the tax rate. Then finally on the 10th, we would approve the budget.
I really appreciate this timeline because I think it kind of keeps us looking forward. And I know that was a big concern of the board when I first got here. So thank you, Dr. Pitts, for that.
My pleasure.
And now you're going to review the stipend study that TASB has given us, correct?
Correct. Okay, so we have already engaged in discussions with TASB. We've talked about the process with TASB. We have then given them our stipend data. They have compared it to our peers, which we're going to look at our peer group in just a second. And then their goal is to have a certain standardization amongst the different stipends. So that's what they mean by the structures, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then finally, their last recommendation is to adjust the stipend pay. Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks. If you look at the first chart, that is our peers for athletics and performing arts. So if you look at that little asterisk underneath, they had fewer districts that participated in TASB's salary study. So they were not able to get districts that were comparable to our size. They tried to align it with UIL, with districts in our area. So if you look at that chart, it has a couple other districts that are 4A, Aransas County, Hidalgo, Sinan, but they also have some bigger districts in there, 5A and 6A, Edinburgh and Flower Bluff. So some of their stipends are going to be higher than ours. They have a bigger district, they have greater revenues, and they pay more. And there's no way we can compete with some of those bigger districts. But you see, they did include some of the districts smaller in size. If you look at the teaching area stipends, they had more districts that participated in their teaching area stipend survey. So we were able to get other districts that were closer to ours, a lot of 4As, some bigger than that, but also some smaller than that as well. So if you're looking at the next slide, they had more districts that participated in their they noticed that with that peer group, for head coaches, we were paying $967 below market value. Again, the market rate was compared to some districts that were 5A and 6A, so I just want to point that out. Assistant coaches, even with ninth grade / assistant coaches, even with us being compared to some of the bigger districts, we were still paying $278 more than the average, than the median in that peer group. Middle school coaches paid $230 more. Academics and performing arts, $260 that. Again, the peer group on the left-hand side. Some of the bigger districts, we were still paying. Now, they also compared to the right there, they compared the teaching area stipends. So pretty much all 7 districts, it was about $1,000 for a master. So we seem to be pretty much in line there. There was only one other district that reported a master's degree for subject area, and they only had $1,000. So right there, that shows that, again, we're paying more than the other districts in the subject area. But this is one that we have just had grandfathered. This is not something that we have offered all teachers this last year. Bilingual, we currently pay $2,500 for a bilingual stipend. There's a little note there that we inserted into this PowerPoint that we are moving to an ESL program next year. And we are looking at comparable districts from ESC2 who get what they are paying for ESL stipends, so that when we come back on the 11th, we can bring that data to you. Secondary math and secondary science, you see we're paying about double what the median is for the other districts in our group. Again, the reasoning at that time was that it's hard to attract math and science teachers to our area. So they increased the stipend at that time for those 2 groups so that we could get enough math and science teachers. And then you see special education, we're right in line with what the other districts are paying right now. So KISD has 3 different recommendations. One is to streamline stipends among different classes, and we're going to take a look at that in just a second. And then the second is to decrease some of the stipends that are over market, and then to increase stipends in a few areas. So the first recommendation is to streamline our athletic stipends. KISD is proposing this to districts now to get all their salaries in line, all their stipends in line. We have stipends, which we'll look at next week, where they're all over the place. They are not aligned with other team sports or other individual sports. So they're recommending a standardized stipend framework that has the coaches for football, you see at the top of the chart. Then the coaches for team sports, different pay structure, and aligning all the team sports together. You see the team sports on the right-hand side. And then aligning all the individual sports stipends together. So this will be something that when we have our budget workshop in 2 weeks, we will look at what our current stipends are for athletics compared to what the recommendation is from KISD. If you look at the decreases that they're recommending, they are recommending, if you look at National Honor Society, even compared to the larger districts, we're currently paying $500 over market for that. Speech and drama, we're paying over market. Same thing with those other ones. Even the middle school band director, we're paying over market. Again, when the board decides if we want to decrease some stipends, one option the board always has is to grandfather, for instance, something that's tied to one individual position until that employee leaves. But still, KISD would recommend changing our stipend schedule so that anybody that comes in new to that position, it would be aligned with our position. If you look at the bottom, those are the decreases that they're recommending, just so that, for instance, all individual head coaches are paid the same. All individual sport head coaches are paid the same. All team sport assistant coaches are paid the same, just to make sure that we are aligned across the different sports. Again, KISD makes 3 separate distinctions: one for football, one for team sports, and one for individual sports. If you look at the recommended increases, it shows one notable increase that middle school athletic director, quite a bit below market. Again, this is compared to some districts that are bigger than us, so we are working also on getting data from other ESC2 schools to bring it to make sure that we are being compared to districts that are comparable to us in enrollment and key demographics. They're recommending increasing the department head stipends, you see for intermediate school, middle school, just to make sure that there is a difference between elementary, middle, and high school. Almost all of the stipends in our peer groups, they have that differentiation where they're paying a smaller amount for elementary, a larger amount for middle, a higher amount for secondary, realizing that most of the time there is more work involved and more time involved in those upper grade levels. One thing to be mentioned is if we are proposing an increase in any of these stipend levels, that it is important that they are earning their stipend, that they are actually doing the work that they're expected to do. And guidelines have not always been set up for doing that in the past. Again, we want to make sure that we are not paying them just because it's something that they're doing in name only and it's not benefiting the kids. And then you notice at the bottom, they're also recommending some increases in salary structures to get to that level where all individual sports stipends are aligned, all team sports stipends are aligned, and of course football. So if you look at the last page, this would be the total cost of the increases in stipends that they're recommending. 12,500 altogether, and you can see the breakdown in the number of basically personnel or positions that they are recommending for each one. This does not include the decreases. Again, the decreases would be separate, and it's something that we can talk about on the 11th. This time, I'll take any questions. Breakdown in the number of basically personnel or positions that they are recommending for each one. So KISD often recommends that, this is their KISD's recommendation. Their recommendation is that decreases don't take effect for another year. So that is a board choice. So the board can choose, we can choose to decrease stipends for next year. We can choose to grandfather someone into a stipend, and that usually isn't done with stipends that apply to a large group of people. The grandfathering is usually for stipends that apply to one specific position if somebody was hired with that stipend in mind. So those are board choices. That, as to again, is just KISD's recommendation for keeping the decreases, I guess, delaying them 1 year. Grandfathering is usually for stipends that apply to one specific position if somebody was hired with that stipend in mind. So those are board choices. That, as just KISD's recommendation. They have that data. That is in they didn't put that in the board presentation, but yes, we have the numbers of each one, and we'll be presenting that on the 11th. Somebody was hired with that.
The number of participants
They have that data. That is. I'm sure we can do that. At the board presentation, but yes, we have the numbers of each one, and we'll be presenting that on the 11th. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, continuing on item 6E, looking ahead of summer in August, Dr. Pettis.
Now, with this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Review.
Yeah. What Dr. Fitz just went over though, to make sure that teachers and coaches and staff, everybody's aware, I'm gonna need everybody's help explaining, this is just a TASB study recommendation overview, the first one. Doesn't mean this is happening yet, okay? But in case people are asking, we just need to make sure that we're all communicating that, and I'll try to do my best to do that too in my email. Okay, an overview of the reassignment timelines. I just wanted to let you know, just kind of where we at right now as far as the reassignment of the 5th grade teachers from Gillette and the teachers from Claver. And so at this point, we're on April 26th. So the principals are sending in recommendations to HR office. So the past couple of weeks, they've been interviewing teachers, meeting with teachers, etc. So then this week, we'll start looking at the recommendations, looking at the staffing, where we're at, where the vacancy's at, looking at who has already submitted their resignations or retirement letters. The sooner we know that, the better, because then we'll know, okay, that is a spot to fill. And then depending on the campus, so, if we need a bilingual teacher or ESL teacher at a certain campus, then we need that, in order to be in compliance or things like that. So I just wanted to let you know where we were at this point. Okay. Any questions about that?
One question.
Yes.
I understand if you need a high school math teacher, or you need a first grade, and somebody resigns, we gotta hire that person, that's fine. But how about positions where we've got redundancy still, that receptionists, secretaries, that based on the packet you gave us a couple weeks ago, we're not entertaining any thoughts of hiring receptionists or clerks or anything like that.
Correct.
So we've got the redundancy to
Correct,
fill them in.
correct. So if there is, an extra PE para that's retiring, we don't need that position, so that's an attrition. That would be
And
one.
I like the way you set that up, because you told us there'll be two here.
Uh-huh.
Normally there's one, but there'll be two.
Right.
But that's where we pick up our fills.
Mhm.
So those are all potential budget cuts.
Correct.
Because we'll be losing a salary, but we won't be replacing.
Correct.
Where do you think we're gonna, as of right now, where do you think we're gonna fall as far as, people leaving and not needing to fill them, refill them?
Okay, it's really, you're just acting like an estimate right now.
Yeah, it's
We
not-
are seeing that several teachers that are retiring, we're probably gonna end up having to hire some teachers
Okay,
to replace. Now, they're not teachers, they're teachers in high need areas, of course. Custodial staff, food services. Food services was a great example of several vacancies we had since December that we're no longer gonna need to fill. There were like 7, I think, 6 or 7, 6.
but that's not a bottom line number as far as budget for us. That's food service budget, right?
Right, but that's
Okay, that's an
still,
example.
yeah, I'm just giving you an example, yeah. So it just depends, there was some custodial staff, there is some office staff that, right now, or let me see, a month ago maybe, let's say I told Ms. Moreno, you're gonna have 2 of this. Well, then somebody retired from another one that only had 1, well, then that person would have to go, to fill that, and we're just not gonna, she's not gonna have 2. So, we're gonna have 2 as long as we.
How flexible do you plan on being as, well, I understand that this is your certification, but you also have a certification over here. And this is what we got to need over here, so, over here now.
Yes,
We're gonna
and that's
pull that
why we're
trigger.
looking at that very carefully, and we try to be very clear with teachers that, because some have asked, how come we don't know already? Well, because we're still getting in resignations or retirements, and we want to make sure that we're looking at all the certifications. There's some people that have a lot of certifications, and, but, we want them where they're strong as well.
In terms of primarily the high school, but I think that's where it's got the biggest impact, where we have low density subjects, and definitely redundant topics. Are we looking at realigning to maybe better utilize the resources that are there?
Definitely, we've been looking at, I think, throughout the year.
I mean, obviously, we're gonna pay the salary because we've committed to that, but we can maybe use those bodies in a more effective way
Yes, definitely.
than the way they've been used.
Correct. Like if there's a computer lab aide at the high school, I'm just throwing this out, that's a vacancy, we're not gonna fill that. It could be a teacher that has 3 students all day that would be in that lab doing the ingenuity or whatever it happens to be. That's just an example.
Well, there's some glaring, so that's the thing, there's some glaring examples of where, how many kids you got?
And yes, and I was very transparent with that. I was very transparent with that because when I went and did the Master Schedule 101 at each campus, the high school, everybody got a copy of the master schedule that showed the exact numbers are in every single classroom. Nobody's hiding, we know what it is, but, we want to fill some programs like our CTE. I'm really, really trying to promote our CTE. I think we have some really great facilities that have not been promoted. And so there are some like ag teachers, that would be fantastic in certain pathways that we want to make sure that they're in, that count for industry-based certification.
And we've added to that area. For years, it
Oh,
was
yes.
2, now
Right.
there's 3.
Right,
So it's-
right. But we want to make sure they're teaching something that's industry-based. So I know we're also pursuing the auto tech, and Dr. Sandoval is here if you want to add anything, you're welcome to say. And we're looking for that accreditation more so with agriculture. I'm not sure.
We're working on the welding certification with that one,
Mhm.
and that's through CDC, through the continuing education.
Yeah.
That's being added to it, and then the automotive foundation certification, we're looking at improve the automotive technology program to actually have an industry-based certification attached at the end.
Well, again, Dr. Perez, thank you so much for the updates on 16. Go ahead and move on to new business, item number 7A. Common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item the following.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep us here late. That was just one more item that said looking ahead. I just want, if people have asked, what are we gonna do in August? We're really trying to communicate that we want everybody back in person in August, wearing masks. So we can promote that as much as possible unless something drastic happens, but want to make sure that we knew that. Also in June, we're going to, that's the biggest, I guess, amount of time that we're going to use to move the teachers and staff from Clayburgh to their new campuses or from Memorial to Gillette. And so we're working with our custodial staff and our teachers to make sure that that's happening as well. And I did meet with the Clayburgh staff on April 16th, answered any questions in person that they might have had. And then also Gillette and Memorial have also met together to kick off their time together as Gillette Middle School. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Again, moving back up to item 778, new business. By common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item the following. Number one, approval of monthly investment report for January 2021. Approval of monthly investment report for February 2021. Approval of tax report for January 2021. Approval of tax report for February 2021. Approval of monthly financial report of January 2021. And approval of monthly financial report of February 2021. Start a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve by common consent. However, I do have some specific questions we can discuss.
Okay, absolutely. I'll go ahead and second it. Been a motion that we approve by common consent. This time, have any discussion?
Mr. Fitz, I
Yes, sir.
apologize for doing this to you.
No,
Page-
no
page
problem.
Page 75, and if you don't have the answer tonight, that's not a problem. I just got some questions. Spent some time with this today. Page 75 is the February 2021, and by my calculation, that'd be about 7 months into the fiscal year, so everything should be a little more than half. When we go down the page and we get to extracurricular and co-curricular, we are substantially behind what we had budgeted. And my guess is that's because we didn't do a lot of stuff.
That's correct.
So there's a potential huge budget saving there, right?
Yes.
Okay. We go to the next line, goes the other way compared to last year. What makes up general administration?
General administration is most people in this office. There is curriculum instruction that is separate. But the main reason why it has increased this year is last year we had a whole bunch of vacancies here at central office. And so salaries are the main driver.
Gotcha. All right, the next one, we go down to plant maintenance and operation, and we're substantially lower than we were last year. And substantially, we had a $5 million budget item there?
You're talking about?
Plant maintenance and operations.
Yes.
Operation 51.
Yes, last year we were at 1.7 million at this time. This year we're at 1.3 million. So yes, we've done last year we had some construction projects that we worked on, and we had a lot of repairs with high dollar HVAC equipment. This year we're doing better.
But where did we come up with our budget number over there of 5 million?
You're talking about the 5.346 million there?
Yes, sir. What have we not done that we thought we were gonna have to do?
Well, for one, we budgeted for, there's a big insurance deductible that in case we hit a storm, we budgeted for that. We budgeted for extra repairs that we had last year that haven't materialized this year. We've also budgeted for salaries as well too. That has remained pretty much constant.
So there's another potential really big budget savings.
That's correct.
Got it. All right. Security and monitoring, small number, but again, way behind what we had budgeted. Have we cut any corners, or we just didn't have school, so we didn't need the guards? Is that what it is?
Well,
And again, I'm hitting you on the spot. A later answer would be fine. That's.
we have not paid the SRO out of that yet.
Got it. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Follow up to that question. At what point in time do we reap the peace dividend, so to speak?
Peace dividend?
$5 million, we're not gonna spend 5 million. When do we say, let's put 2 million against the deficit?
We'll come back with, there's a lot of areas where we've saved this year, not just because of COVID, but we cut waste. And so we're gonna bring all that to you all too, to let you all know exactly how much we can.
That would be something
package
that
it.
I personally would really like to know when it's time to start doing payroll and
Yeah,
and that kind of thing.
that's gonna be part of the budget.
We're not in the deficit anymore. We got $100 in the bank. Well, hey,
Yes.
go buy some Chick-fil-A cards. No, but it's just the thing is, if we got the money over budgeted, in one area, for whatever reason, legitimate, it's there.
And Colonel, the way I look at this is it's not linear necessarily, but we're through February, March, April, and then your summer months are kind of down. But if you look at the very bottom, not the bottom, but the bottom line of the budget, the excess, we're 4.8 million less in expenditures than we are in what we have collected. So that's good. But you compare that over to where we had a $4.4 million deficit. So right now, as it stands, and again, we're not linear necessarily, we're kind of break even. It's looking like.
The other thing to consider is this is a COVID year and there's a lot less expenditures this year because of that. Next year with the district realignment, that is hopefully going to help us so we can adopt a balanced budget next year. That is the goal.
Well, and advice to everybody in this room, you heard it here first. The real estate market in Kingsville is crazy. Your tax rate's gonna go up tremendously next year.
Our property values?
Yep. We're all gonna be paying it.
Well, that's great for our school district.
I'm glad you're happy.
On a positive note, this year I really budgeted low on tax collections, and right now we're sitting at about 92.3% collections. Last year we were at 92.6% at this particular time, so our tax collections are doing pretty good right now compared to, we didn't know what to expect because it was a COVID year.
Okay, I have a question for the same financial report on page 73 for number 53, attendance and data processing, the same on the following page, page 75. We're coming up close to the budget for that. What exactly is attendance and data processing? Because I thought we were taking overages with personnel to do attendance and data processing. Why are we spending so much money on that?
The biggest driver of that is our software. That is district software that controls finance, that controls HR, that controls possibly even like online enrollment, and that's just expensive. That's how much it costs.
Okay, we have something, we have an agenda item in our packet tonight for the approval of, online enrollment. Does that fit in number 53 as well?
That will be in number 53, yes.
So we've already gone over our budget in that.
Well, we're getting close.
Well, if you look at page 75, about maybe 40,000 before we hit our budget.
And that probably is linear. It's probably a monthly.
Most of that has already been paid because we pay at the beginning of the year for all of our software.
Any other questions? Again, there's been a motion in front of the board, and then second, that we approve the common consent as one action item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Pitt. Item 7B, consider approval of purchases over 7,500. Dr. Pitt.
This purchase is for a consultant that is going to be funded out of Title 5B. So this is a federal grant. So it, again, it's not going to affect our deficit. This consultant is to give us some guidance on counseling and special education, two areas that are desperate need of us, and we are taking it you two for approval over 7,500.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. You heard the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion to approve the purchases over 7,500 that was presented by administration? Moved by Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mrs. Delma Salinas. Discussion.
President, what exactly is this? Is this gonna be for a position that we're hiring for, or?
This is a consultant.
Okay. So we're gonna bring on a consultant to provide services for us, for what again?
Counseling and special education.
And she doesn't provide, the services she provides is training of the staff, looking at auditing all of our, especially special ed. And I'd like to, she's gonna come to talk with our counselors starting next week, master scheduling, just everything in reference to that. And she's gonna be working with us through June, if this is approved. And then she'll come back in August for the first couple of weeks when we have everybody here to help ensure, again, that we're starting off with much more streamlined systems that need to be fixed.
I don't know, I think my questions probably go off into a closed session when it comes to this information, so I don't think I can really make a very honest vote tonight.
I have something to say. Ada, Dr. Bessanice has helped us tremendously in Robstown. She's done an amazing job. And honestly, I mean, I think this is a good price. I mean, I think we can hear twice as much.
In negotiations.
What?
So, and she's done wonders for us in our district, so.
What time period
I
does
highly
this cover?
recommend her.
It's gonna be through June and the beginning of August when we come back for the 2-week training. She'll come twice a week. That way she comes and she does something on one day and then she follows up the next. Because
Who does she follow up with?
with me and Ms. Ramirez, with Dr. Sandoval, with Dr. Davila, she's gonna, with all of us. Because she's helping our counselors and she's helping our special ed. And we're gonna be right there with her, actually. Dr. Sandoval, when she's here training, he's right there.
It says here that it's Title BB. Does that mean that it's not our money anyway? It's part of the title funding?
Yes.
So it's not gonna go to our general fund anyway.
No, it doesn't. It's paid by the grant.
Any other discussion when it comes to item 7B?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, but it's not that I'm questioning who this individual is. I'm sure he's good. But I know that in our policy update that we're gonna be discussing later here a little bit, that might be something we can consider, that we're gonna need somebody within our district to overlook that part of the policy. That we're gonna be looking at here in a little bit, so it's not that I was questioning who she is or who he is, but I think it's H where we look into the policy update.
Yeah, it's policy update 115.
Oh, the one with the.
Because,
fantastic-
yeah, because they're gonna require some people, so this is somebody we could,
Yes. And with the title, this title monies, if we don't use it, we lose it, and we're only gonna use it for something we really need, and we really need this.
Any other further discussion? And there's been a motion in front of the board, been seconded, again, to approve the purchase over 3,500. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7F, consider approval of allotment and TEAC certification, page to be found on page 84 in your board packet. Ms. Ramirez.
Yes, sir. As noted, school districts are required to certify annually to the State Board of Education and Commissioner that for each subject in the required curriculum, other than physical education, students have access to instructional materials that cover all Texas essential knowledge and skills, or TEACs. Districts will be unable to order 2021-2022 instructional materials through EMAT until certification has been received by TEA. On the following page, you will see noted by grade level, by content, the resources that we are currently accessing through our allotment and will need to reorder in EMAT.
And thank you again, Mr. Ramirez. Again, you heard the recommendation by administration to approve the allotment and TEAC certification. Is there a motion for the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. David Garcia. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
by Ms. Elmsley. Is there any discussion? Discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of approving the allotment of teak certificate, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Item 7G. Consider approval of CPR instruction requirement waiver that can be found on page 86 in the board pack. Dr. Peter Fitz.
And actually, I can go ahead and read that. Because some of our seniors, due to COVID, were not able to receive the CPR training, obviously. TA is allowing a waiver, so that it is a CPR instruction requirement waiver. So we're recommending, the administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the CPR instruction requirement waiver to be submitted to TEA.
Appreciate you, therapist. Heard the recommendation by the superintendent to approve the CPR instruction requirement waiver that was set by TEA. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Brian Coopal, second.
I'll second.
Mr. Jim Lucy. Any discussion?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Next year, when we have everybody at school, we're gonna have a cutoff date by the time they get their CPR and get it done, get it forgot about, get it on the books. Because I think we were supposed to have done this last year as well.
Because of COVID, I'm sure they
Yeah,
were able to.
it's just that we fall into bad habits. If we set a date that, you know, seniors have that done by X date, then we don't have to worry about it, so.
Yes, as long as we're allowed to, I mean, it depends on where COVID is at that time, I guess.
Yeah, that condition
We'll look at
on
it.
COVID is just that.
Yes, we should be training them like when they're sophomores or freshmen, so that way we don't wait till the last minute.
Yeah, then they're done, you know?
Right.
You can actually go down to 8th grade if I was on state.
Eighth grade?
Or 9th grade, right?
Eighth grade, yes.
Right.
Okay.
Well, if students use standard precautions, no, I'm just messing.
There shouldn't be an issue.
There's been a motion in front of the board, and second, to approve the CPR instruction requirement waiver. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Item 7H, consider approval of first reading of localized policy update 115. Dr. Johnny Sunderland.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pettis. I'll be here presenting the first reading of localized policy update 115. The update 115 focuses on the updates and reorganizing several policies in the FFE series of the policy manual addressing student welfare. FFE A continues to focus on counseling, and the code FFE focuses on medical health provisions. In addition, update 115 includes several other policies affected by legislation from the 86 legislative session that were not included in update 114. So today we are going to look over 13 different local policies. 2 of them are being recommended to be deleted from our local policy, and 11 are looking to be revised or having things added to it. So I know you guys have had this packet for some time now. I hope you've had the opportunity to kind of go through it and see some of the things that you have questions about. I'll go over it very briefly, and at the end, give you guys an opportunity to ask any questions in regards to actual policy that's being considered for updates. So BF Local, it's addressing board policy adoption, clarifies that the district legally referenced policies are not adopted by the board. The legal policies provide information on current law and context for the district's local policies. The local, for districts that provide paid vacation and holiday benefits, it's recommended revisions to address the board's authorization of these programs, including which employees are eligible for the benefits. Administrative procedures are recommended to address the details of these programs to promote consistent, effective implementation and prevent conflict between policy and administrative procedures. DI local, this one's based off revisions off of United States Supreme Court decision of Brockstock versus Clayton County, Georgia, which held that an adverse employment action against an employee on the basis of homosexuality or transgender status violates Title VII prohibition on sex discrimination in employment. As a result, the policy clarifies that discrimination on the basis of sex includes discrimination on the basis of biological sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, gender stereotypes, or any other prohibited basis related to sex. A continuation of DI local includes sexual harassment as defined by Title IX in the definition of prohibited conduct and clarify employee reporting requirements. Indicates that the district will follow the district's existing investigation process to address allegations of prohibited conduct that would not meet the Title IX definition of sexual harassment. They also have specific provisions outlining the legal requirements district response when the district receives notice of an allegation of conduct that could meet the definition of sexual harassment under Title IX. It also has requirements for the superintendent to develop a Title IX formal complaint process that will apply following a formal complaint that must comply with the elements in the new regulations. And lastly, designate the preponderance of evidence standard to determine responsibility in formal complaints of sexual harassment under Title IX. If the board wishes to instead use the clear and convincing evidence standard, which is a higher standard of evidence for investigation of all formal Title IX sexual harassments, it's required that we do it for all, not just one. So it's something to take into consideration. The local policy that we're considering to adopt includes the preponderance of evidence, not the other. EI local, these are revised administrative code rules prompted revisions on academic achievement. Provisions on partial credit reflect new terminology from the rules regarding award of credit, proportionally when a student receives a passing grade in half of a course rather than per semester. So that was just a change in language. FD local, it's recommended changes on admissions that are based on new administrative codes ruling, addressing transition assistance for highly mobile students who are homeless or in substitute care. The rule requires districts to adopt local policy to assist with awarding credit to those students for a course that was earned prior to the student enrolling in or transferring to the district. FEB local, this is the recommended revisions on attendance accounting to address amended administrative code rules. The rules remove the reference to taking attendance during the second or fifth instructional hour and specify that attendance shall be determined at the official attendance taking time during the campus instructional day. The recommended policy text assigns to the superintendent the responsibility of designating the district's official attendance taking time. Note that there is no requirement to include this in official attendance taking time in the policy. It may just be designated in the district's procedures. FFG local, this pertains, and this kind of goes back to what Mr. Garcia stated earlier, where we might be able to utilize our consultant to help us with this policy. Child abuse and neglect have been significantly revised to comply with amended administrative code rules. And there's a lot of changes happen at FFG local. For the most part, it's all brand new policy. It was very small in regards to what it contained. So as Mr. Garcia stated, this would be a great place where we could utilize her expertise. Recommended text is included to provide the required policy addressing sexual abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children that must be included in the district improvement plan and the student handbook. The rules also revise the elements of the required child abuse and neglect reporting policy to ensure that the policy elements are addressed in board adopted local policy. We have revised and provided provisions from FFG exhibit into the local policy, and we recommend that it be deleted from the exhibit. FFH local, these are very similar to the other policy that I read earlier. So it includes sexual harassment as defined by Title IX in the definition of prohibited conduct and clarify employee reporting requirements. It also indicates that the district will follow the district's existing investigation process for all Title IX definition of sexual harassment, add specific portions outlining the legal requirements is that direct response when the district receives notice. It's very similar to that third policy I read, the DEI, I think, local. And the last thing, again, is very similar, very specific about making sure that we designate the preponderance of evidence standard to determine the responsibility in the formal grievance process and determine whether that be our process, or do we look at the other clear and convincing evidence standard. So that's something the district will have to determine, or the board will have to determine on which way. And I do want to give a little clarification on what the two mean. Preponderance of evidence, it basically, it comes into play when a plaintiff satisfies the burden of proof by offering evidence that demonstrates their claims have greater than 50% chance of being true. A clear and convincing evidence standard has a higher standard of proof than preponderance of evidence, but lower than providing beyond a reasonable doubt. Where the preponderance of evidence only requires a plaintiff to tip the scales towards demonstrating fault, the clear and convincing standard needs to demonstrate that fault is highly and substantially more probable to be true than not true. So just something we need to take into consideration as we adopt these local policies. FB local provisions on district Title IX coordinator for students have been updated to include required language from the new Title IX regulations. Corresponding word changes were also made to the ADA Section 504 coordinator text. FNG local and GF local are basically the same. The only difference is one policy is grievances from parents and students. The other one is complaints from members of the public. And it includes recommended revisions to specify that a person filing a complaint regarding refusal of entry to or ejection from property based on Education Code 37.105 shall be permitted to address the board within 90 calendar days unless the complaint is resolved at the administrative level. This is an exception to how other timelines are calculated in these two policies, which are usually based on business days in accordance to how days are defined. So that's the only difference, is for those two purposes, they will be factored in calendar days, not business days. So GF and FNG local, those are the two changes to those two policies. So at this time, I went through it briefly. I hope you had an opportunity to look through it. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions you might have in regards to those local policies.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandoval. Again, you heard the first reading of localized updates 115 that was set forth by KISD. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the revisions provided by TASB as our first reading, noting specifically that the language does include the lower standard of preponderance of the evidence as opposed to clear and convincing.
There's been a motion, or second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Question. What would be the advantage of taking the lower definition rather than the higher? The preponderance versus
The levels of evidence. Because of the nature of the allegations and the claims that are involved here, I believe the lower standard allows us to err on the side of the person with the complaint. And in my estimation, with this being as highly a sensitive area as it is, it's kind of not only do you have to avoid being guilty, but you have to avoid the appearance of being guilty.
the person who's having complaints levied against them, they're not really getting their day in
They're not really getting their day in court.
No, they are. And there are different.
They're not getting their day in court.
No. These are all legal standards based on different things. If you're up for a murder charge, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. This is one of the lower standards. It's more than 50%. If you've got the scales have to be weighed more in this route. It's not that they're not getting a fair shake. They're just not able to say, you proved something, but you didn't prove enough. I just think that erring on the side of caution in this area is in our best interest.
I also like the fact that the way that it is written, it appears that TASB wants you to take that first step because you have to go beyond that second level. You have to write in and ask special permission to be allowed to use that standard. You have to do what now? You have to write in to TASB and ask for special permission to use that standard if you choose to use that higher standard.
Yeah, Mr. President. Yes, sir. Members of the board, if I could weigh in on this, because it is important to what we do here. So TASB does have a preference, and it is the preponderance of the evidence. That doesn't mean that there's any legal reason to not choose the other one. And I'm not trying to convince you either or. This is a board decision. I just want you to have clarity. TASB just simply didn't write you the alternative option because their preference is that you don't take it. But they're not a legal entity in any sense of the word or a governing body, so it's up to you. But going back to your question, Colonel, I do DIA investigations all the time. And whenever someone has an allegation levied against them, you have violated my Title IX rights, some sort of act of sexual aggression. I go in, do an investigation, interviews, review all the data, and I have to see if all that adds up to a certain level of evidence, right? Currently it's clear and convincing. So if I think it probably happened, that's typically not good enough because it's not clear and convincing. So I can sit here and reasonably say, I think it probably happened, but we can't necessarily rule against this person. With a lower standard, in that case, I could. Whether that's good or bad is a board decision because there's always, there's an alleged victim and there's an alleged perpetrator and they both have rights. But just understand how it's going to change the dynamic of someone in my shoes looking at this evidence as a body.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Commissioner Maxson. For everyone again, there is a motion in front of the board at this time to take the first reading of the TASB recommendation to accept the first reading with the lower standard of expectation of preponderance of evidence instead of clear and convincing evidence. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Consider 7-9. Consider approval of RICO copier lease contract. Dr. Pitts.
We currently have a copier lease with RICO, so we don't own those machines. We lease them from them, and we currently had a 5-year lease that just expired at the end of March. Currently, we are on a month-to-month until we make a decision of moving forward. Right now, we are bringing to you a 16-month extension of our current lease. And these are the major components of that extension. First of all, right now we are paying $8,285 a month. The extension includes a decrease in our monthly premium to $7,439.76 per month.
What's the total?
The total decrease?
No, the total of the contract.
The contract is, it has a monthly premium. So if we had 7,500 times 12, that'd be what, 15, that'd be $90,000 for the year. And that includes everything except for color copies that are paid at a quarterly progression, and also any overage charges.
Total lease is $90,000.
Yes, that's correct. 90,000 and change.
And
we save on an annual basis is?
Well, $845 a month, so we'd be saving about $10,000 on an annual basis.
10,000 on 90.
Correct. Correct. Although it is a 16, that is over a 12-month period, the extension is for 16 months. The reason for us asking for an extension for 16 months is that would put us in the summer of 2022, where we would be able to make a better decision of our needs moving forward, since right now we are going through district realignment and we're trying to determine our copier usage. We want to make sure we don't purchase more than what we need, but also that we don't purchase less than what we need as well too.
Keeping the same old copiers?
We would be keeping the same copiers, yes. Now, there are.
Lifespan on something like that.
What?
The lifespan on those copiers. I mean, when they put those out, I mean, they'll expect them to last 5 years.
Correct. However, this is only a 16-month extension. And if you look at their downtime, I mean, their uptime is 99.6%. So they're only down 0.4% of the time. We don't have any copiers that are down for a long period of time unless we neglect to call Rico to come fix them. The average response time is 3.8 hours. And the average amount of time between service calls for a machine is 213 days. So if every machine on average, it takes 213 days for them to have to come out for an issue, that's pretty good.
I just didn't want to buy any Hanger Queen copiers.
Okay, I'm getting conflicting information from exactly what you said to, the old good old grapevine about the printer usage or non-usage of. I've just heard a lot about how these printers are down and they're not working and da-da-da-da. And then to hear that they're up 90%, so I just want to say I've heard differently.
Well, there is a difference between printers and Rizzos and copiers. So printers are normally purchased by the campus, and again, that's not on a lease at all. They don't fix those. They're not under contract for that. We also have Rizzo
Do we pay taxes
machines.
on that each year?
I'm sorry?
Do we pay taxes on those each year?
On the copiers? I mean, on the printers that we buy?
For the office supplies we have.
No, we don't pay any taxes on any of the materials that we purchase. Where we're tax exempt. The Rizzos also are on a separate contract that is not through Rico. They used to be the Purple Monsters, but now they're. Yes.
Dr. Pitts, is there a service agreement, like a maintenance agreement that we have with them? Is that what that is?
Yeah, so if anything goes wrong with any of the copiers, we call them, and they are required contractually to respond in 4 to 8 hours, an average of 4 to 8 hours. The other thing is that we have negotiated the 7 copiers that are at Memorial and at Clayburgh, that they can be taken off the lease at any time.
So these are just, okay.
So again, thank you, Dr. Pitts. Again, you heard the recommendation by administration to approve the Rico copier lease contract. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Brian Coupon. Any discussion? Proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the approval of the Rico copier lease, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No. No.
By administration to, you go aye, yea, or nay?
Okay, sorry.
Our motion carries 6-1. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Item 7J, consider approval of Power School online enrollment. Dr. Vasquez Cruz. All in favor of accepting the approval of the Rico copier lease, say aye. Yes, sir.
Dr. President and Dr. Radwin, eres billboard member of the community. I'm here to present you the online registration plans. As you might recall, the decision was made.
Vasquez Cruz. All in favor of accepting the approval of the Rico copier lease, say aye. Yes, sir.
Dr. President and Dr. Radwin, eres billboard member of the community. I'm here to present you the online registration plans. As you might recall, the decision was made.
Vasquez Cruz. All in
Yes, sir. Dr. President, Dr. Buenos Aires, beautiful members of the community. Thank you. More specifically, I need to present the high school online enrollment proposal that we received. The initial proposal for Kindle ISD came to us and was presented on March 23rd. The initial proposal was to cover the period from March 2021 all the way to March 2022, 12 months. It was a cost of $23,825 with the annual renewal fee of $40,125. We negotiated this and we were able to obtain a $3,500 discount. The renewal cost remains at $14,125. And this will cover us for the period April 2021 all the way to April 2022. We also have a contingency plan with school enrollment options. We can bring some of the packets, and they have to be filled out by hand. It's pretty much tutorial forms that parents they need to complete for every child in the district. I have done those myself, and it takes about an hour to do those for a family of maybe 3 kids. We'll have to spend at least 3 hours in completing those. Another alternative is, which we're gonna available, it is a PDF, a fillable document that parents can download and then contact their parents and then attach to an email or send to the respective schools their council operation process. That will imply also having to retrieve the document or see the document on the screen and then manually enter the information system. Counselors and administrators can see the information in the external information system. What we did during the summer days was the Office 365 forms. So we created forms, and the forms are limited in the number of questions that you can include. Forms. Form number 1 included the medical forms and the emergency contact. Those are the information that we discussed. And the other one is the family income form and the home language. So again, those are the alternatives as we wait to implement the online registration system. Our school definitely will be our best alternative, best option, because of the cost, because of the it interfaces with our existing student information system as some of you made a remark earlier in the meeting. Our school pretty much supports everything that is the SIS and also the instant lunch. So this is just an add-on to the collection of something that we can serve our community together. There are 3 stages, there are 3 phases, and then which is the planning. We are already doing some of that internally, not with the vendor, but it's ourselves, trying to save some time. The setup and configuration, which is the engineering part, it takes collaboration from 2 teams, the service provider and our group. And last is training our staff in this area, so we can deploy this success. Everything can take from 1 month to 3 months, depends on the issues that we may run into. We have an awesome team, so we can tell you that we oversee the very possibility of minimizing the amount of wait time. So we can have this tool ready and make this available to administrators and especially to our parents. I'm providing you a graphic representation of the timeline that was indicating there the 1 month for the planning, the additional month for solution, configuration, and training. So it can be compressed perhaps into half the time, but again, depends on circumstances. And at the very end, the solution will be also able to roll out these via the web, so parents can, with more freedom, be able to access the system. The report has been extended to us, it will expire during the next few days, so again, this is a mission critical project, and that's what we're asking you for. maybe.
So we start this tomorrow. Around August first. Parents should be able to log on.
That is our dream, that is our target goal, and I understand, once the, March 23 meeting ended, and I remember the question, and I asked about when are we gonna use it. Yes, like my part explaining, that implementation is pretty sensitive, so we need to emphasize on making sure that it's done right, so we can minimize the number of, errors in the system. Make sure that,
I'm just wondering if we don't get to this point, when school starts.
Yes, like my
What else do we use this for? Because we're really paying for a service that we're not using and following.
We are very confident, Ms. Ramos, that we're gonna have this tool ready for our parents to use by the, coming school year. We are.
Students that enroll throughout the year that are going to use it. The sooner we start like pre-K promotions and things like that, they're gonna have to use it. I think the most exciting thing I'm excited about is that the Power School, we're gonna have email addresses also of people. So when I send robocalls, I'm gonna just be able to send all emails, to the person, that is fantastic, because I used to do that as a principal. It really reaches people who don't want the robocall. So the most exciting thing I'm excited about is that the Power School,
Every single year, correct? So we send robocalls. Gives your information really change by the time you start secondary.
Our mobility rate is pretty.
We will have a high level of mobility in the same with,
And if that's true, how many times has it changed between year and year? Is this something that can be used in that regard also? Only to register?
It's, there will be a total page and parents can self-report the way your page do. Okay, we have a page that we go ahead and visit, so we can change address, phone number, email address, etc. The critical information. But right now, on the emergency contact, we're capturing information that is written by hand, and the person that is capturing and entering that information in the system is trying to understand handwriting, and we use interpret numbers and characters.
I think we've got a real benefit there. If you've got a parent that says, "Nobody has called me," just go back to this portal and say, "You put this number in." It's not our fault here. I'm also confused about it because when the kids are going from or some schools that are Texas, for example, they end in 8th grade. And so beginning in what, February, March, is when they start that whole application process for the different campuses that they would be applying to. Districts or campus, I mean, depending upon, if they start with 8th grade, they've got nowhere else to go. I mean, they've got to go somewhere. So if this expires in April, process, and it's not really gonna be online until August, I'm just confused about the timing there. I don't know, I mean, y'all commissioners is something that.
The quote expires, the quote expires, the offer they are extending to us expires already, so we'll have to send this document and send it back to them. We can get the project started.
It's a 1 year. It's a 1 year. So that's right in April. It's going in April. So, and then we're stuck. The captivity is just a suspect to me. This is bad. I would think that if it ran January or even May would be better than April to April. Because you're too far away from next year and you're far enough that you can't visit. I don't know if there's anything necessarily we can do about that.
I just don't know.
I don't think it's for accident. You can go out and source for other people around this time.
Let's get out of
Yeah,
here.
but during this time, we could be, looking at other options and still have that buffer until this time to apply again.
Are there other options?
There are other options, and as a matter of fact, we looked at the neighborhood school districts, and the majority of them are in something that is very outdated, that is going to be merging into a new project supported by the local entity, it's called the center. I can also tell you that, for example, those other options that is very used yes.
You're using this for some other factors already.
We're going to use this a lot for data disaggregation.
No. We got these programs in.
We do.
finance and
So something that we need,
personnel and
something that we need to consider is the fact that we are proposing this system because it's compatible with the existing SAS. It is the same family of software. And it's an add-on to the collection of software.
So we could go for the quote in the end of May and start at May to May. But the work that they have to do, that means a lot to them.
I get it, and it may be that what you tell them is, hey, we like this, but we'd like our first year to be a 15-month year as opposed to a 12-month year. Just so we can look at it. And then number one, number two, when we explore this company, it's just as all together. I get it. There's some economies of scale that can be realized there. Apple that says that can be good and it can be bad. If one goes down, chances are all three of them are going down. That's
Compatibility is always going to be a factor because definitely adopting a product that is different from each family is going to be some discrepancies that you're going to have to do it by hand. So that's going to require additional. This is an old inclusive. It's totally effective. Those boards have some experience with this system. Personally, I can tell you that we're looking at the best solution. Pretty much looking at any alternative. Yes, perhaps it can work, but again, it's going to have a full amount of work.
One would be the preferred method. It still does not exclude that parent that says, no, I want to come see you right now.
Yes, so for that, we're going to be prepared. And
That's what those other options are.
yes, exactly.
That's my question. Is, I'm very glad you brought that up. We've always had this bad timing. But we have, also, we're in the middle of the year that we have a lot of extra staff that we think we're not going to get rid of. We said, we made a promise to keep you employed. My question is, have you found something for all of them to do?
Well, for example, this is a perfect example of you have two attendance clerks or like a receptionist and attendance clerk. That person can be training the parents, have some computers and say, come on in, we're going to show you how to enroll your child. Yes, it's going to be, and we're going to definitely be able to say, you have to attend in school. That person can be trained on, that it is the way of the future. It really is. And no parents would, because if you have 3 siblings, if you have 3 children, you really want to do it one time and you can do the 3 names. You don't have to do for every single child. And then it follows you.
And we struggle in trying to collect those funds by 100% complete, and also the option of doing all of this on a cell phone device, because this technology is available via cell phone device, don't necessarily have to have access to it on the computer.
It's not even a few districts.
I think that it's only,
I'd like to see, what do the principal say about this? And what do y'all think?
It would eliminate all the paperwork stuff, it would eliminate, parents filling out, if you have 5 siblings, that's 5 sets of paperwork you have to fill out. They would love to fill out one form, fill it in, and that's it. And if they could upload all their documents, more power. They're very happy.
With Christine Ramos talking about that if somebody does not want to mess with that, they can still come into your campus and do a one-on-one.
The opposite, one thing is online.
Yeah.
They say, time and time again, why can't we do this online? It's so much easier.
Very happy.
With Christine Ramos talking about that.
One of the things that we have always struggled with is getting the income form, especially at the higher level. Do we have a way of blocking registration until all forms are done?
I'm not forced to fill it out by law.
One of the things that we have always struggled with especially at the higher level. Blocking registration until all forms are done.
I'm not forced to fill it out by law. The household online enrollment has 3 months to the term contract. $700 per month to be divided. $1,177 per month. We're adding $3,531.25 into the contract. It's a 15-month contract.
There's a motion, so there's a second. There's a motion in front of the board right now, as we speak, in front of me to approve the Power School online enrollment and to add 3 months extra, you said, right?
Correct.
Sure, second. There's a motion, so there's a second. Second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, Trustee Ramos, is it fair to say that your motion is to authorize the administration to hire offer?
Correct. This is the one that will sign. This ensures that we're allowed to keep this contract for an extra 3 months. This is a buffer if this does not work out, we're doing other options. So we'll have 2021. And I would like to lock it in at that rate, that they get, he went out of his way to give us this special rate. And I think if we can lock it in a little bit longer, 3 more months, it's beneficial to us. And it's also beneficial to the company knowing that we're going to stay longer, giving them a longer period of time to test it out.
I don't want to go into a process of hiring or discussion. I think if they go to them, they come back, and they say no, but we just wasted another month.
Any other discussion? Again, there's been a motion in front of the board as we speak right now to consider approval of the Power School online enrollment to add 3 extra months to the contract. We go with the all that to add. Any other discussion? Again, there's been a motion in front of the board as we down if we have to, we vote down if we have to. Those in favor of the motion has been placed by Mr. Ramos, second by Lieutenant Colonel Price, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Aye. Nay. Nay. Again, motion fails. Approval of Power School online enrollment. There a motion from the board? Second that motion. there any discussion? And I'll just go back to what, reiterate what Trustee Kufal said, as we go forward, if it does pass on the vote, then we look at it, explore it, and make sure we can extend it. Trustee Ron said earlier, until we lock in on something we need to do. Any other discussion? We have a motion in front of the board to accept the approval of the Power School online enrollment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much for your support.
This time go to item 7K, consider approval of student transfer and tuition agreement between Kingsville ISD, Ricardo ISD for the upcoming 2021-22 school year. And town page 117 is roll call. Dr. Bettis.
We currently had a transfer agreement with Ricardo in 2019, 2020. We don't currently have one this year. The purpose of a transfer agreement is to recoup some of the taxes that those parents would have been paying if they lived in our district. It is not to recoup ADA. We are going to get ADA funding regardless of whether we have a transfer agreement or not. They come to school here, they get attendance credit for revenue purposes for every day that they're here. The amount of, the maximum amount that we can charge for tuition is determined by TEA, by a bunch of formulas that they use, and is put out usually in the summer or early fall. Currently for this year, it's $752 a student. This year we have 33 students that are transferring from Ricardo into our district. So if the maximum tuition rate stayed the same next year, we would project revenues of $24,816. The cost for transporting the students would be approximately $1,166 for fuel, $2,292 for labor, for a total of $3,458. So you can see that this would be about close to $21,400 that we would be netting if we approve this transfer agreement based on last year's tuition rate. Now this year, we are still transporting Ricardo students to our district to help with the ADA revenues, but we are not recouping anything in tuition at all. We are this year picking up Ricardo students at their school. We are dropping them off at their school. I know in the past, we have dropped them off at their houses, and that was, again, took more fuel and took more labor on our costs. We were asked to see what Academy does, and they also have a transfer agreement with Ricardo as well. They also provide a bus and provide transportation as well. At this time, I'll take any questions on this transfer agreement.
Does Academy's agreement, is it identical to ours, word for word?
I don't have their agreement in front of us.
Last year when we discussed this, I went to
Can't hear you.
Ricardo ISD and I put an open records request in, asking to see all the agreements. And Ricardo couldn't produce a document for Santa Gertrudis, and I don't think they could produce one for, I may be mistaken on this, but I don't think they had one for Bishop. They had one for Rivera, and then I would need one for us because I just seen them that before. So my question is are these interlocal agreements all the same? And here's why I ask, because it says that the purpose of it is for the efficient and effective use of resources and in the best economic interests of the parties. Is this in our best economic interest? Second question is, it says Kingsville ISD agrees to accept the students. There's no conditions on that. Come in, sign in, walk in. And I just can't imagine for the life of me what I've known to be true in the past with other districts, that they'll just take a student from outside their district and say, come on in. You know, they have criteria for being accepted.
Yes, they have admission requirements and we don't.
We notoriously don't. I I think that speaks to a lot of things. I think it speaks to Mr. Boosing's point earlier, our numbers disproportionate. Well, that's one of the reasons why. I'm all for people from outside the district coming in. I just don't want to tie our hands because of an agreement that once we sign it, that's it. There's no further discussion.
One thing I could suggest is that right after that word, accept the students per KISD student transfer policy, because for students to get a transfer like from Bettis to Harvey or whatever, you know, a lot of it is based on grades, attendance, you know, there's certain specifics. So we could add that on there to make it a little more specific. And also it allows us to withdraw them, send them back if they violate any of those things as well.
Well, I think we have that in item number 4, though. It talks about they're expected to comply with all rules, policies, and requirements.
But we could add it there on the part that he's talking about where he said, agrees to accept the students. We could add the word, I mean, if that helps.
What are we actually talking numbers wise?
We're talking 33 students.
That's, yeah, but I mean, the total number that is, Ricardo 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students.
33 total.
Now, that's who come here. What's the total number that's in the market?
You've got probably, you've got,
how much?
68 eighth graders that we showcased in front of.
yeah.
Okay,
And
so that's for one grade level.
That's representative of the last couple of years, probably.
You get half.
What?
We usually get half of those.
Not the last few years.
Well, we have 33 to this year.
33
Last year it was
across
20.
4 grades.
Right, yes.
68 per grade.
So close to 275 then, let's say?
That's 68 eighth graders, right?
Now, the ones you showcase though aren't the same population because some of those kids come from here.
That's correct.
That's correct. I'm talking about just pure.
And so they're not a transfer
They're not a
student.
transfer student.
If they, right, this would just be the kids that live within the Ricardo school district. But, I mean, let's let our hair down and talk turkey. How can we set standards when we've got performance grades 50% of our competition? We can't be tremendously choosy until we've got,
Why not?
why not? Because it's the kids that you're punishing.
What kid are we punishing?
The kids of Ricardo. And you may say that that's not your concern.
Not my concern.
Okay.
Then why are we so concerned about what other districts doing then?
What my concern is the kids of Kingsville, the taxpayers of Kingsville. That's my concern. Now, if I can help out the other guy, great, fine. But
Where your taxpayer Kingsville kids are going to Bishop and San Gertrudis and Ricardo and Rivera.
But their taxes still come here.
I got you. And this is a way to recoup at least $752 per kid, when there's a lot of them that are gonna come here anyway. They want to come here.
We ate $24,816 this year, correct?
Correct. We're servicing the kids anyway, and by not having a
And we didn't
transfer
get the
agreement, we're using that.
The 15,000 that we could have gotten out of the transfer agreement.
But there's also, I mean, you have fuel and labor, but what about the cost of keeping maintenance and, you know, wear and tear on buses and all that other kind of stuff? When you break it down, it's sort of like $14,000. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, but we're not even talking ADA yet.
Okay. So why don't you just apply? Why does it have to be on a piece of paper?
I'm sorry, what?
They can just apply like normal. Why do we have to have an agreement? What's the point of an agreement?
Well, for us, it's a financial benefit. I mean, the kids are coming here anyway.
$14,000. I mean, I will write you guys a check today. You need it that bad?
Yeah, I'll believe it.
Look, there's a lot of businesses that go broke with customers walking in every door because they lose money on every customer.
I understand, but I don't know where we got into this competition between the five school districts in
the 30-mile range that we have. It's absolutely silly that in a county of 40,000, we have 5 school districts. Absolutely silly. And the way we get our students back, which I think is important to every one of us here, our legitimate students that we want back, we're not getting back until we get our standards back improved.
Can we data dig and show that what we get from Ricardo from a purpose of quality and contribution to the student body is a net gain or a net loss?
It would be, and it's anecdotal, and it would have to come from somebody in this crowd that's familiar with the high school students.
I asked Dr. Adams about that about a year ago, and I said, break it down for me by grade demographic, just on the basis of where they fall on their class standing. And frankly, it was a net loss.
And I'll have to rebuttal you because again, as a parent of the high school, a transfer coming from down the road, he has benefited from every angle of it.
There's some that were net gains.
And they are gains
across
because
the
of that
whole
angle.
spectrum, if you just say rough numbers, you couldn't make that argument.
So first of all, Mr. Max, have you had time to look over the memorandum?
Yes, Mr. President, I have.
Okay, good. Thank you.
There's one thing else in here too, is they're also talking about dropping off
To the resident.
to the resident. And if that's been corrected, that probably should be corrected out of the.
Yeah. It's 5 halfway through.
Yeah.
It tells us that we're gonna pick them up in the morning. And again, I don't know when that changed either. When I was a kid going to Ricardo buses brought us to Kingsville.
But I went to a different campus. I had to find my own transportation. There's no buses for me.
Yeah,
That's
but just
nice
say-
about it, isn't it?
If you wanna come here, come.
I drive.
The reality is those 33 students, if we didn't provide transportation, we're not going to get nearly those 33 students. We're not going to get the ADA for them.
Now, and again, that's something that, because of this head-to-head that has happened over the years, it was several years ago between some different superintendents, and it came as a result of the consortium that kind of got imploded. It absolutely silly that 4 school buses drive out to Ricardo every day. And if the districts really want to work together, there should be some kind of centralized drop-off point within the county, because we're just passing each other, the same school buses.
Dr. Perez, when do you need this proposal if it doesn't were to pass? By when?
Well, we can take it back and put, because I definitely want to make sure it says campus and not residence.
And again, I can tell you that last year the debate was, we don't mind, we will take your student, but we're not dropping them to their house. And I know that was specific. It was a major issue. It was a long discussion. So there may be one thing that you and your team could look at, like.
This year it's only to the schools.
Right, and I would like to say that again.
One of the functions was because of the time of when there were years when H.M. King was later than Ricardo. So if the kids had gone to the school, ain't nobody at the school, Ricardo, they were all gone. But I think that's changed because we realigned ours, and they realigned some of theirs. I don't think that's an issue.
Who coordinates this? Did we work with them? When I say we, I mean you, staff, whatever, because I noticed they've got it signed by their superintendent and their board president. Has there been any?
Because I didn't want to give it back until we looked at it and discussed it.
So this is their
they're not
document
saying-
purely.
Right.
Yes.
Purely their document. There's been no discussion between.
No, there has been discussion, yes.
Oh, there has been discussion.
Yes, Dr. Bueno and I, several times, in fact, they were very excited that, because several of their board members really, they may have been former Ramus, but they're really pro-Rama.
No,
You know?
Chuck Severline's grandkid went
Yes.
to
Yes.
school here and was
So they're,
an outstanding student.
they're really excited about the direction our district is going, so I want to make sure they know that we're welcoming them.
I agree. This is a long-standing relationship that fell on some hard times. I think it's reputable. There are a lot of kids that want to come here.
Then let them come. Why the need for this?
To get $752 in transfers, but they're collecting. Ricardo School collects taxes and they are required to provide an education somewhere. Are we the default for that? Yes, and I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Has it been a motion?
Because, why are you fine? Help me explain that. Why are you fine with that?
I'm fine with that because I have a firm belief that public education should be public education for all students.
But ain't for Ricardo.
All right, that's my belief.
Okay.
I don't believe that public education should be a pick and choose and should be an application process, and that we should have classes of school for different classes of people or students. But until we, from a public relations standpoint and an academic standpoint, can prove to this community in this area that our education here is of the same quality, which I firmly believe, but until we can prove it to them, everyone in this room knows that the old A, B, C, D grade had multiple components to it and could be manipulated in different ways. We did. On accident, but we did. And as a result, we got a non-rating right now. But the people out there see an F as an F, and you must be a bunch of yahoos that don't know what you're doing. And I don't buy that. I don't define this district, never did.
When's the last time you had a child enrolled in KISD?
I have never had a child
Okay,
enrolled
there
in
we go.
KISD.
That's why you don't understand.
But I'm a taxpayer here, and I do understand. And I went to school here, and I know the people in this room.
Long time ago.
Well, at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, there's.
All right, so what you're saying is that unless you have a child enrolled in school at KISD, your opinion it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say that. I said you haven't experienced KISD as a parent in quite a while. I think that makes a difference in opinion.
All right, explain to me why that means.
I can't because it's against the law. If I say anything else to you, then I've messed up.
Okay.
How much
So
that
I'd
vote
love
for
to
y'all?
sit here and explain to everybody.
All right, enough. There's been a motion, we've had some lengthy discussion, but again, there is a consider approval of transfer student tuition agreement between Kingsville ISD and Ricardo ISD. I'll go ahead and make that motion.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I'd like to state something.
Absolutely.
Tonight, I regretfully state that I struggle to support this agreement based on my support for the Kingsville community altogether. I called yesterday to find out the process of transferring my child to Ricardo. I have to submit an application, forward all transcripts with grades and test scores, including SPED information and behavioral incidents, and quietly wait for an admittance committee to determine the fate of whether I can send my child to their district or not. They get to pick and choose. What would be ethical is a first come, first served admitted basis on available seats. KISD does not get that privilege. There is no admittance committee at KISD. Where is the even playing field? Ricardo does not have a high school, and this is why they send these agreements out. Remember, KISD is known for the saying, contracts and agreements are only as good as the paper they are written on. Why the need for this agreement? Why waste the paper? Just have your high school child apply and welcome to KISD. We don't discriminate like Ricardo and other districts and schools. There should be no guarantee, although there pretty much is a guarantee. So again, why an agreement? In order to apply at Academy for my daughter moving here from the Valley, she had to jump through hoops with paperwork. I had letters of recommendation at the wazoo in order for them to consider her. We don't ask for recommendation letters at KISD. There are no other options that could be considered. Well, there are other options that can be considered, such as Annex, Ricardo ISD. Oh no, I said it. I'd like to see Ricardo students have to go through a committee. There is your even playing field. It's not fair that I as a parent have to jump through hoops to transfer child to Ricardo and provide my own transportation. I am very much aware of the need for attendance and extra bodies in our schools, so let's be good neighbors. I will base my vote on the principle and sympathy to those who I have spoken to in the past, those today and those in the future that need more choices.
Hopefully, everyone chooses KISD, but in the event that KISD is not the right fit, parents shouldn't have to sacrifice. I believe we shouldn't have to agree to this, and we should just take applications as normal. My vote goes out to Ricardo ISD's Admittance Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Any other discussion? Again, there's been a motion in front of the board to approve the student transfer and tuition agreement between Kingsville Independent School District and Ricardo ISD for the 2021-2022 school year. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Lucy?
No.
Motion carries on a 4-3 vote. Item number 8, the board will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551071, 551074 to deliberate and consider the following. Discussion with legal counsel regarding legal and personnel matters. No action will be taken until we return to open session. We're entering closed session at 8:52. Easy.
What?
He did himself. Oh, no. He scraped himself first.
That's all right.
You know what it was?
Ready, Dr. Prosecutors?
Yes, we are, sir.
All right. We now return to open session to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at approximately 9:35. If there will be no further action to come before this board, I now declare this meeting adjourned at approximately 9:36.